Well, all I could see was hair on the side of her face, which looked like her back on his foot. Yep. Because normally she wears it.
I was about to message you. Oh, Mr. Oh, yeah. Well, I figured they were, but. That's
That's
fine.
what I was getting ready to pull out.
They all shuffled. There was some.
Hey.
Are you ready?
Yeah, after we get done with the preliminaries and before we go into the probable cause hearings, could we take a short break?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You mean before probable cause?
Before probable cause.
Okay, yeah.
If that's okay, I think we had some other things to look at.
The Escambia County Contractor Competency Board is in session for its regular meeting, January 11th, 2023. Madam Secretary, would you read the board rules?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Please silence all cell phones. If you wish to speak, please let the board secretary know in advance. Otherwise, raise your hand for the board chair to recognize your request. When the chairman calls you to speak, come to the podium, adjust the microphone, and then state your name and address for the record. You are requested to keep your remarks brief and factual. Both parties of an issue will be granted uniform maximum time to speak, which usually runs between 3 to 5 minutes. This hearing is considered quasi-judicial. Conduct is formal, and profane or derogatory comments will not be tolerated.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, with 6 members present, we do.
Great. Do we have proof of publication of the notification of this meeting?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. It was published Thursday, January 5th, 2023, in the Escambia County Sun Press.
Very good. Move to item 4, entertain a motion to approve the minutes of December the 7th, 2022.
Second.
Motion made and seconded into discussion. Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the minutes of December the 7th, 2022 are approved. Item 5 now is the opportunity for a public forum. Anybody here has an opportunity?
Chairman, I think we have a member of the audience that cannot hear. Sir, if you'd like to come forward closer, if you want to come forward closer so you can hear.
Is there somebody running the
Yeah.
sound back there?
And if we could move the microphones closer, that would be helpful too. There you go.
It won't slide. I have to move over here.
Oh, that
There you go.
works. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, the public forum is an opportunity for the general public to come before the board on any item that's not on the agenda. Do we have anybody?
Sir, I did not receive any speaker request forms.
Very good. We'll move on to item 6, Board Secretary Status Report.
No updates at this time, sir.
Thank you. Item 7, Contractor Applications.
Yes, sir, we have, 3 applicants. We have 3 applicants. The first applicant is, it won't come any closer, I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Electronics is great when it works.
We have 3 applicants. Our first applicant is William Coker. He is present. Mr. Coker, if you will please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is William Coker, fourth. Live at 4610 Lennox Place.
He is here for an application for examination for master plumber, and we have recommended him to be approved.
Very good. Entertain a motion.
Move approval.
Motion made and seconded into discussion. Being none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the application for examination master plumber with gas for William Coker is approved. Mr. Coker, glad you're here. Don't come back to see us.
Thank you, sir.
Next on the agenda, we have Timothy Dillard. He is here for an application for reciprocity from Santa Rosa County. Mr. Dillard, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tim Dillard. I live at 4771 Highway 178, Milton, Florida.
And Mr. Chairman, typically a reciprocity would not come before this board. However, Mr. Dillard did check one of the items as yes. Mr. Dillard, if you want to go ahead and explain that to the board?
Yeah, a couple years ago, or I should say more than 20 years ago, I had a few instances with, in a divorce, and I was arrested for it. And not making any excuses, but it was a bad time in my life. I did my year's probation, and I've moved on from it. Remarried, got custody of the child, and I bought a farm, make a great living doing construction, and I'm just trying to better myself with this license. I'm licensed in Santa Rosa County, and a lot of the contractors I work for have asked me to get my license in Escambia County. That's
Very
why
good.
I'm before you.
The recommendation was to approve, yes, sir.
Okay.
Move approval.
Motion made and seconded into discussion.
Yeah, just a question. First of all, I'm glad you got your dog back. I read your report
Thank
there.
you. I loved that thing. It was.
I can
it was,
tell by
it
your-
was. It was.
Deal
It was a
this.
sad time.
Yes, sir. My question is, on your score report of the testing you took, if I'm reading this correctly, on project management and financial management, excuse me, construction management and financial management, you failed those portions of the test.
I
And
did.
I can only tell you that from everybody that's up here and the stuff we've been going through, I'm not trying to lecture you, I'm just saying really safeguard those areas, because that's what gets you coming back here before us. He always tells everybody, don't come see us. I'm not saying you don't know. Sometimes we just don't pass certain parts of the test because we, not proficient in certain areas. There's nothing bad about you. I'm just making a little note that,
Yes, sir. What I did was I took the test blind just to see where my knowledge was without looking at the book, and I passed. Like you said, I failed a few things, but I passed enough to get my test.
Oh, yeah.
So I was really surprised without looking at the book that I passed. I just wanted to see where my knowledge was versus the state of Florida.
It's understandable. If you're in business already, then you know a little bit what I'm saying, just to be very mindful of the financial management, because that's what gets people in trouble and comes back here. So
Yes, sir.
I just felt obligated to at least,
I appreciate that. I do have a mentor, and he is really changed my business around.
Very good. Thank you. No further questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the application for reciprocity Timothy Dillard for Roofing Unlimited is approved.
Thank you, sir.
And do not come back to see us.
Yes, sir.
Item 3,
So on item 3, John Paul Madison, Mr. Madison made contact with us. He is not able to attend today's meeting. It is an application for reinstatement, and we know that the board typically likes to speak with him. He states that he had told us that he would not be able to attend the 11th, and he was anticipating being on the 1st. If we could, just continue this until February 1st, when he will be present.
okay. Entertain a motion to delay consideration of item 3, 7.3.
So moved.
Motion made, seconded. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the extension to February's meeting for the application of John Paul Madison for reinstatement is approved.
Take a break.
We'll take a break. At the request of our legal counsel. You want to see me? I'm not in trouble.
Principal's office.
Come back.
He better come back.
Move to probable cause, item 8.1.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Item 8.1 is James B. Freeman, doing business as Freeman Roofing, state registered license number RC 0058058, Contractor Competency Board complaint number 220672COM. It's in regard to Ronald Styron, homeowner complainant, 341 Lowell Lane, Pensacola, Florida, 32514. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Is Mr. Styron present? Thank you. And Mr. Freeman, are you present? Thank you. Mr. Styron, are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today?
I can do it for him if you don't mind. I help him out.
Yes, sir,
Would it be okay?
that's good. Yes, sir.
My name's Frank Lambeth.
Well, we'll get to that in just a moment, Mr.
Okay.
Lambeth. Mr. Freeman, are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Perfect. At this time, I'm going to have Mr. Freeman and anybody along with you that's going to provide testimony, and Mr. Styron and you, sir, Mr. Lambeth, sworn in. I'm also going to have Ms. Reber sworn in, our investigator, and she will remain sworn in for all of the hearings today. If you could please stand and be sworn in.
You too.
Mr. Lambeth,
Mr. Freeman?
Mr. Styron. Gentlemen?
Be sworn in.
Yes.
Right. Everybody can raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, it was on July 13th of 2022.
And were you able to communicate with the complainant about the case?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to communicate with the respondent about the case?
Yes, I was.
Did the complainant provide any supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
Yes, they did, and it is attached.
And did the respondent provide any supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
Yes, and all documentation's attached.
Were permits obtained? If so, and when and what are their current status?
Yes, there were 2 roofing permits pulled, and both passed final inspection on April 21st, 2022.
At this time, staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded to move documents into the filed case. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion is approved.
And Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
Board, this was a little difficult. There was a lot of information given. So I am alleging possibly Code Section 1837D, 13C, and this pertains to the complainant's alleged claims that Freeman did not use the appropriate underlayment in which they were quoted for.
Mr. Lambeth and Mr. Styron, it's your opportunity to address the board. You can go to the podium.
Yes.
And state your name and address for the record, please.
Okay. My name is Frank Lambeth, and my address is 341 Lowell Lane, Pensacola, Florida, 32514. Okay, the Freeman Roofing was hired to do the roof back in February. They done it, I believe it was in March. A lady that worked there named Becky. Meanwhile, come out as the roof was being done, it was a week process. The second day, when they started doing the plywood on the house, she come running out there and said there was 20 sheets of plywood used, which was an outright lie. The roofers done what they could on the job all the way out to the shed. The last day of the job, it started on Monday, the last day was Saturday. They knocked on the door and said, we do not have the materials to finish the job. We're gonna do what we can. We're done. They left. They were arguing with Freeman's, I guess. All the materials that were stated in the contract was not used. Miss Melissa Freeman did finally, a month later, bring some papers and what was used on the roof to Mr. Styron. There is no Summit 60 up there. There is no Summit 180 on the house. The plywood is still a lie. There's only 13 sheets total on both buildings, not 21, and definitely not 20 plus 15, what the other lady said. We've been waiting for Miss Melissa to come out and with, I guess, a county inspector so we could prove what we're saying is true. It's a walk-in attic. It'll only take a minute to count that. And you already pulled up, and I can show them. They can pull it up anywhere they want to. There's no Summit 60 on the roof. And also, there's more complaints, too. There was the flashing. They say that there's, let me get this, sir. They say that there's 55 foot of flashing. I got a picture right here that shows the back lower slopes. And there is only like 16 foot with wood tape flashing. So they say 55, there's only 16. So there's a lot of discrepancy that can be proved. We've been waiting like 7, 8 months for somebody to come out and see. That's where we're at right now, sir.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Mr. Freeman, this is your opportunity to address the board. You have representation with you? Hello.
My name is Ben Alexander. I'm here with Freeman Roofing, and I have Mr. Jimmy Freeman here with me. He is the principal of Freeman Roofing, and he's going to provide testimony regarding the substance of this matter. However, I just want to provide a quick summary. Two separate estimates were provided to the homeowner in this matter. There was one estimate that was provided in February and a second estimate that was provided in March. What happened was the first estimate did include the the Summit 60 synthetic 2 layers. However, that was later changed with the other estimate provided on March 8th, which changed it to the ice and water shield, which was ultimately what was installed in the property. In addition, Melissa Freeman provided several pictures that accounts for each one of the 21 pieces of plywood that were used.
If you'll hold on just a moment, I believe we have those pictures, if you would like those up on the board.
That would be fantastic, please.
Are these the photographs you're referring to?
Those are not it. They'll be
They may be on the,
plywood count. And so here what happened is there's several photos, I think 6 or 7 in total. Each of the respective pieces of plywood that were used were numbered there, and you can see the contrast with the old pieces of plywood that were on the roof prior. So that's part of the shed. They did both the roof of the home and the roof of the shed. So here we still see the shed. This is sheets 7 and 8. Here we have the back of the shed. We see piece number 9 there. Still on the shed here, and this is piece number 10. We have the front of the home here, and you see piece number 11 there. And please note the slope of the home. It's a very high slope roof. We have 12, 13, 14, and 15. Again, that's part of the home. 16 and 17, that's the front of the home. 18, 19, 20, again, that's part of the home. And finally 21, and that again is part of the home. The one difference between the final estimate and what was ultimately put on the property is due to the slope of the main home. Ultimately, a different material was used that was non-slip to use for the safety of the individuals. That was only on the home itself. That was actually an upgrade. Mr. Styrwan was not charged for that. They did use the ice and water shield as listed in the second estimate on the shed as well. And so I'm going to have Mr. Freeman essentially explain the process and refute each of those points and address the allegations in the complaint to the board. Would you like me to do this in a question and answer session, or would you like him to go ahead and
You
give?
can Go right.
All right, Mr. Freeman, please state your name for the record.
James B. Freeman.
All right, are you the principal of Freeman Roofing?
Yes, sir.
All right, did Freeman Roofing perform work on Mr. Styrwan's home on Lowell Lane?
Yes, sir.
All right, and was that done in around March of 2022?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, are you aware that 2 different estimates were provided to Mr. Styrwan?
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain the difference between the 2 estimates?
Okay, the first estimate would have been the synthetic underlayment. It's called Summit 60. And we 2-ply it when we install it, and we felt better by going with the ice and water shield to help hold that. It actually glues to the plywood, actually holds the plywood together, and it seals around all the nail heads. And one of the ice and water shield is called, we use Atlas, all Atlas products, and Atlas has a 200, which has granules on it, like it's sort of like a shingle, except it's just got granules on it, and it's real slippery. And we use that on low pitch roofs, and that's what we charged them for, because back then it was probably about $70 a roll, okay? So we used that, that's what we bidded the job with. But being the other side was steep, the house is like a 12-on-12 pitch. So then you can't walk on it for safety, for my workers' comp policy and safety of my guys. Then I had to put a and it even says it on the pro grade ice and water shield that Atlas make. And it's made to walk on steep roofs. It don't have a granule surface, but it's still made for shingles. And my guys called me, and we actually made that choice because they was up there sliding and falling, and you just can't do a good job if you're up there. They already tied off with ropes, and sliding with ropes ain't good. So we just went ahead. I said, we'll just go ahead and upgrade, and we upgrade to the pro grade, and it has a slick finish to it, so you can walk on it.
And was there any price difference between the pro grade and what was originally quoted?
Yeah, the pro grade is about $120 a roll.
Okay.
So I ate that, on that house just to have the best material and to save. And I sort of look at my guy, workers' comp's high. And if we have a guy fall off, then it's that much higher. So we don't have no workers' comp claims, so we try to keep it that way. And the way we do it is by me doing this for 47 years. And I just do it the safe way. I don't do it the cheap way.
Mr. Freeman, is there any quality difference between the pro grade and the WeatherMaster Ice and Water Shield?
Yeah, it has some advantages. It's a high heat. It protects from high heat, which shingles produce high heat. And yes, the granule one's a good one, but it's made for low pitch roofs. It's not made for steep pitch. And I just refuse. I refuse to use the granulated on a steep roof.
Now, you heard the testimony of Mr. Lambeth that alleged that you did not use the proper amount of plywood sheets on the roof. Your final invoice indicates that 21 sheets were ultimately used. Now, today you saw a series of photos that had numbered plywood sheets. Are those the plywood sheets in question?
Well, yeah.
All right.
And I can explain about plywood too, if you want me to.
Please do.
Okay. We don't want to do plywood. I mean, whenever I tear your house off, I make more money if we don't have to do woodwork. We don't make no money on woodwork. Okay, whenever we tear your house off, we hope that there's no sheets of it, because we done got through with that house and gone to another house. Instead, we messing around laying plywood, not making, $75, $80, $100 a sheet. You're not making no money putting plywood in, so we're not gonna go out there. My guys is not gonna go out there just tearing out plywood to replace plywood. If it's rotted, we're gonna change it, because we'll start with, that's just the way we always do it. We ain't gonna nail over rotten wood. And so that's the deal with plywood. We don't wanna change it from the get-go. But we have to do a good roof. So in other words, we make more money if we don't have plywood. If we go out there and the house don't have plywood, if Mike was here, he could tell you the same thing, that we make more money just to go to the next house. But instead, we wasting time doing this woodwork that we don't do. If we didn't have to do it, we would make a whole lot more money. So that's just, we're not just out there just saying, hey, there's 21 sheets, just say there's 21 sheets.
And I believe there were some photos that were sent in that show pictures of the valleys as well. And I'm not sure what they would be titled. Flashing charge, maybe? No, that's not it. Sorry. Let's try the photos. That shows it either. So they didn't tell me which ones these were. Oops.
The list is up there if you want to take a look at it to see.
Let's try explanation of different underlayments. Here we go. Here we go. So here we have a picture of the home with the ProGrade. If you don't mind, continue scrolling down. This is a close-up photo, again, same.
And that's the permit in the back there.
It's a photo of the shed with its wrap on it. Those are pictures of the
And that's
two.
the two different, if you go, scroll back down, okay, that's the ProGrade, ice and water shield, and then that's the, 200. That's the one with the granules. That's what we charged them for. That one right there is about, back then, probably $70 a roll. The other one's, like 120. Same squares and everything per row.
And Ms. Freeman, you can testify that that was the materials actually used on the home?
Yes, sir.
And the materials used in the valleys of the roof
Yes,
as
sir.
well?
Yeah, that's all that's required.
Okay, now you've also been alleged to have failed to replace the pipe boots. Would it be accurate to say that you replaced them and repainted the pipe boots on the home?
Well, yeah, we always repaint. You know,
Okay.
if it's according, yeah, I think that was, Morning Harvest shingle or something like that, so we would have painted the pipe boots.
And I believe that addresses each of the respective allegations. We understand Mr. Styron has accused my clients and their representatives of lying. We believe that we have accounted for, among other things, the number of plywood sheets. I'm sorry, Mr. Styron Mr. Lambeth testified as to flashing on the home. Did you install the proper flashing on the home?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I don't think we had any photos from Mr. Styron regarding the flashing.
He's calling flashing, though, what he's calling flashes along the back porch area, the back part. Okay, he ain't thinking about the dormers. He got flashing around the dormers. And undoubtedly, he don't know nothing about roofing, so he wouldn't know that, I guess. But you got different flashing in different areas that we changed out.
Ms. Freeman, did you ultimately have the county inspect the roof?
Yeah, we always do.
Did they pass inspection?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now at this time, have you been paid in full on this job from Mr. Styron?
No, sir.
Have you recorded a claim of lien?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Does the board have any questions? Go ahead.
Yes, sir. If I'm reading this contracts right, the things that you've put here, estimate with synthetic underlayment and estimate with ice and water shield. On page 3 of both of these, item number 3 on both of them says Summit 60 synthetic 2 layers. There's no mention on the one that says ice and water shield. It doesn't say that, it says it will be installed around nails in the lower pitches on the invoice part or estimate part, and then the description of it does not say that it would be used as the whole thing. I guess part of my question is this perhaps part of the confusion of the owner assuming, based on this, that it would be the Summit 60 on everything? And I would concur with Mr. Freeman, the Pill and Stick is a better product, there's no question. But because it's listed on both of them, even the one that says ice and water shield, it's still listed.
Look at number 7.
And Mr. Freeman,
number 7.
and
I
what
see
I'm
that
showing you
in the
here on
valley
page 3, it
photo.
has
Yeah,
the
but look,
Summit
it says the
260
entire roof.
synthetic 2 layers. Would it be safe to say that on the second estimate, that should have been changed to the ice and water shield?
Where's the second estimate?
These
And
are-
then look
this
at
is
number
the-
7 as well, where it says, this is where the two roof sections meet, has a greater chance
They're
of
the
leaking.
same.
We install the Summit 60 underlayment felt over the entire roof. Then we take the extra step of adding the ice water shield in the valley as a secondary protective barrier. It's a great process. That's what, code pretty much requires to do that. So,
I don't know why they changed it to, I spent way more money doing it with the ice and water shield.
and I can understand that, but I'm just saying this is
Yeah.
in your estimate, so perhaps that's a lot of the confusion is that.
Yeah, I didn't write the estimate, so.
What
happened?
They just added on to the estimate. It was just, it's added on to the back page when they
Ma'am, ma'am, if you could just come forward, we have a microphone right here. If he's got questions for you, just have a seat right there in that chair. And you can pull that microphone from Melissa. She's got a couple over there. We just have to make sure everything's on the record.
When our sales guys click on this estimate, it was just.
I apologize.
Oh, I'm
Gotta
so
state
sorry.
your name first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Becky Paris. I work
Okay.
for Mr. Freeman. When our sales guys went in there and clicked on it, if they were on their phone on job site, they literally added the add-on for that. We don't deduct anything for that. You can see on the final page where there's a price added on for ice and water. It looks like that he had just forgot to go and remove the other. There was no charge difference. That's why it wasn't triggered. So all he done was went and clicked on those estimates. We have our point of sale system has a create similar job, and it makes a whole nother invoice. And when it creates that invoice, they've obviously missed removing that, but they did go on and add the additional charge for the extra ice and water. There was no initial charge for the underlayment. That's part of our package. That's what happened.
And I was just saying that may be some of the misunderstanding from Mr. Styron, even though at the same time, the product you're getting is a better product than the
Yes, sir.
Summit.
We always upgrade. We never.
Okay, let me let you know. The two of you can't talk at the same time. We have a court reporter, and if you start doing that, she's gonna yell at you. It won't be me, okay?
Ms. Remy, you can go ahead and explain.
Okay, but, for us to put ice and water shield, somebody had to give the, hey, I would not just go out and put ice and water shield. Cost me like $4,000 more dollars to put ice and water shield on his house when we could've got by with just synthetic. I mean, that wouldn't make sense, so it got approved to put ice and water shield on it. My guy didn't just go out there and say, hey, we wanna put ice and water shield. I mean, we didn't just order ice and water shield without it being on the,
You approved
on
it.
the package.
Can we, I know this is, if you'll look up on the screen, just so everybody's on the same, this is the document we've been talking about, right? If we
Yes.
can scroll up and down,
We'll
you'll,
have to see the quote number. There was two documents similar to this.
okay.
I'll have to see.
This is the one that's labeled ice and water shield.
Okay, so that would be the second quote that was approved. It superseded the first quote.
Okay.
Both of them say the same thing as far as the synthetic, that's why.
Yes, sir.
Does it also say ice and water?
Yeah, that's normally an add-on. So, we always just leave synthetic on there, and it's always just an add-on. If they at the house and he's doing his quote right there, bam, 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 then we just leave that on there. But somebody asked for ice and water, but we try not to sell ice and water, but we could've walked all over the roof with synthetic.
Can I clarify, and I'm sorry, what was your name again, ma'am?
My name is Becky Paris.
Secretary Paris. Okay, Ms. Paris, can you clarify for the board, when this is signed, this document is signed, you said this was a second document?
Yes, ma'am.
So would it have been signed a second time?
No, ma'am, there's two documents.
I apologize. Would this have been signed, so the first document would have been signed?
Yes, ma'am.
And so is this a second document that's also signed?
There was two quotes, yes, ma'am.
And those were both signed individually?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't know about the first one. I don't know if the first one was signed and they made that change, but the second one was the final. I met with Mr. Styron and went in his home, sat with him, and took the time to sit with him and explain everything he was getting.
Okay, so you were present when he signed this document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Parrish, just to clarify, we have two estimates. One's dated February 15th, 2022, and is listed as the synthetic. And the second was March 8th, 2022, and listed as the ice and water shield. Is the second one the one that Mr. Styron ultimately executed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be accurate to say that Mr. Styron had requested the ice and water shield to be installed on the roof?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was the product that ultimately was installed on there?
Yes, sir.
All right, and in your invoice, it indicated that Summit 60 synthetic 2 layers, was that just pulled over from the first estimate and should have been changed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions for her.
I believe that at this time, if the complainant has any questions, that they should be allowed to ask those questions of these witnesses.
Yes.
We'd have to put them on a microphone, so we might have to put, Mr. Mr. Lambeth up on this microphone to give him the opportunity to ask questions. And for the people that just spoke.
Well, we couldn't hear, neither one of us. We can't, I'm deaf and he's deaf. We couldn't hear, ma'am.
Okay,
If I could reschedule this for a week or two, I'd bring our lawyer with us, and that way she can explain it better. This lady was up here a minute ago, had never been around signing no documents. Mr. Raphael, he was supposed to be there every day of the contract, never showed but one time. That's when I had made a complaint, sir. Because he was supposed to give us right off the bat, he's supposed to give us a paper stating that was the chimney done right or wrong, which he never did. He just gave us a paper stating that the chimney had to be rebuilt, that was all. But we have a lot more that they haven't done too, that I thought they was coming out there to check, to see if we were telling the truth or not, okay, which we are. There's a lot more too, but I can't get it out. I'm not a lawyer. They got a lawyer. We need to get a lawyer. We got one on standby. But none of these people right here have been here. It wasn't supposed to be subbed out. It was subbed out. It was all Mexicans that done it. In which I'm not prejudiced. They done a good job. They are great people, and they do not lie. I even called him one time saying, we won't lie for this lady. Not her, but Melissa Waters, the daughter, that originally come out one time to bring him papers to state that this is what was put on the house. We guarantee it. The Summit 60 and the other stuff. And that was it. Only time I ever seen her. So, I mean, I don't know how to go, what we're doing here. I can't hear a word what she was saying, but she wasn't around, no signing. The papers were signed the first day Raphael come out there. And that was it.
Any questions?
Yes, I'm nervous. Can I sit down? I've been playing that.
He gets real nervous.
You can make a motion to do that. You can make a motion.
He can't hear either. We're sorry about that.
Well, I hope I don't just,
no, it's all right.
the
Mr.
workers.
Styron?
Mr. Styron, can you raise your
Yes.
right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
No, so help me God. Okay, the Mexicans that was fixing the thing, they came to the house, knocked on the door, said they're completely out of material, and they couldn't finish the job. So they packed up their stuff and left. And then later on, I'm sorry, I get mixed up a little bit. But so we wanted them to come back out and finish the job. And so she came to the house and said that if you don't let me on the property, I'll sue you. Well, I didn't ever tell her that she could not get on the property. So then she sent a man out, and what it is the shop's roof was messed up, and the house, we have a leak. They came over, sent 2 men, and they came up on the roof and worked on the roof around the chimney. It's still leaking. I mean, it pours in when it rains real hard. It just still pours in. My living room is this deep in water. And it's good that it's brick or concrete or whatever with a tile over it. But the point is, it's a mess. And they didn't fix it right. And they were supposed to go in the shop and do the shop work. Well, they never did it. Now, I asked the guys, are you going to go in the shop? That's where they didn't complete the job, and they didn't do this, and they didn't do that. Aren't you going to complete it? Aren't you going to do it? He said, no, I didn't have orders to do all that. I don't have orders to touch that. So they left, and that's the last time we heard from them. And I've been trying to get them back out to fix the leak. When it rains, just a little rain, it doesn't leak in as much. But when it really comes to pour, it floods in. and they haven't fixed all that yet. And then I know that he'd went up on the roof and pried the stuff up and looked there for that material that they'd supposedly put in there. It wasn't there. So I don't know all that they did, but they didn't do anything. Why? Because I was out there watching, you know, and I watched most of the things. This young man over here with the baseball cap, I never saw him on the job. But the Spanish people, Mexican people, really super nice and everything else. They did a good job. It's to say, you know, but they said that, look, we ran out of material. We can't finish the job. Well, nobody ever came back and finished whatever they said they did not finish. And they never sent anybody else out, period. And it's been over 6 months that they were supposed to come out and do something that they've never showed up. So I don't know what else to do. I mean, you know, and everybody just think it's nothing. And all the plywood, they were little pieces of plywood. They were charged for a whole sheet of plywood. And when it was just, they cut pieces out of a sheet of plywood, and then they charged us for whole sheets when it was just little pieces. You've noticed on there that it was smaller pieces, larger pieces, strips and all that. So I don't know what else to do. And then this my overseer here on the job, and he's got license with the county here. He's got 4 licenses, plus he's an inspector for safety inspector, that he can go on the job and see people doing something wrong that he can, you know what I mean. But it's just not just a, you know. It's all I can do. And I don't know what else. I don't know when they can come out and fix what they were not going to fix, and I mean, if they did the job right, okay, but when they don't do the job right, and then, you know, anyhow.
So let me make sure, what you're telling us is there's leaks around your chimney, and the shop wasn't finished.
Right,
Okay, and those are your complaints?
yes.
Okay, we just want to be clear. I think the board chairperson has something he wants to talk with you about, okay?
Okay.
Have you advised Mr. Freeman that there's a leak?
Sir?
Have you advised Mr. Freeman that there is a leak?
I told them there was a leak. They knew it was a leak because they came back out to fix it, and they didn't fix it. They did come out,
Okay.
but they did not fix the leak. It's still leaking. It may be around it, or maybe they didn't do it all, or they did just, I don't know, you know. But they know it was leaking. But I don't know about the second time or third time.
Were you advised that there was a warranty on the roof?
Yes, when the people came to the door and told me that they're gonna come over here and do some things on the roof.
Okay.
But they didn't tell me what they were gonna do. But I came back in the back there, and I watched them on the roof around the chimney, but they never did go on the shop, ever. And I asked the man, I said, "You gonna go in the shop?" Because that's where the people told me that they didn't finish the job and they ran out of material. So he said, "Well, we were instructed not to do the shop, not to touch it. So that's all I can do."
We did try to get a hold of Mr. Freeman. The daughter said that he would not speak with us 2 or 3 times.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
I've got a question. So you're saying the roof is leaking right now and when it rains, and you guys are not aware of the roof leaking currently. So if they would come fix the roof, would that solve the problem?
That and then in the shop and all that, yes.
So
But they need to do
is
it
there
right
any
or whatever else
consideration?
is, like he looked into the sheets that they came out and gave us 3 different pads or something they put in on the shop. Well, he looked and then he didn't see those, sheets there that was supposed to be there. And there was something else, some of the trim or something, where on top of the roof, you said the metal?
Hey, Mr. Styron, would you be willing to have them come out and fix the roof?
Yes,
And then
yes,
you
sir.
would pay them if you fixed everything? Mr. Freeman,
She wasn't doing nothing else.
But
would
if
you be
it,
willing to go out there and fix the roof?
Yeah, first time I heard about it.
Okay, well, are you willing to do that?
Yes, sir. But
If that's the case, we'll delay any final action on this case until the next meeting and give you an opportunity.
can I say one thing?
Yes, if you come to the
Stand up, please.
Yeah, I was noticing, looking at the chimney and all, you know, that chimney was rotted out from before, and.
We don't,
anybody-
that's okay.
Okay.
That has nothing to do. If
But-
you're willing to go out there and fix the leak,
The roof, I'm not gonna seal the chimney or nothing, if the
I
chim,
didn't
if
say
the
that.
brick's
Fix
coming,
the
if
leak.
the water's coming through, what I was trying to say, now the water's probably coming through the bricks, cause the bricks has got big old gaps and stuff in it. So if that's the case, I'm not gonna fix that, I will fix the roof. I will fix the roof, I'll make sure the roof ain't
Okay.
leaking.
all right. And we'll delay action on this complaint until the next meeting.
Mr. Styron,
Yes, ma'am.
when you come back, bring that attorney. If you want an attorney to speak for you, when you come back, bring your attorney,
Hopefully won't have to.
okay?
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chair, I motion that we delay this to the February meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded into discussion. Being none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to delay until the February meeting is approved. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Item 8.2.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This item is My D. Tran, doing business as M&H Construction Services LLC, state registered license number RG 291103748, contractor competency board complaint number 220686COM. It's in regard to Lin Yang Lee, doing business as Let's Meet Korean Barbecue LLC. The complainant at 6235 North Davis Highway, Pensacola, Florida, 32504. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Lin Yang Lee, are you present today? And are you going to provide testimony for this hearing? Thank you. Mr. Tran, are you present today? Yes. And are you going to provide testimony for this hearing? I see you have representation, correct? Yes? Okay, perfect. At this time, I'm going to have both parties sworn in. And just a reminder, Ms. Reber remains sworn in. If you can please stand and raise your right hand.
All of you, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, there was, June 30th of 2022.
And were you able to communicate with the complainant about the case?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to communicate with the respondent about the case?
Yes, with the respondent's attorney.
Did the complainant provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
Yes, all documentation is there.
And how about the respondent?
The respondent's attorney did provide in a statement, and that statement is attached to the agenda.
Were permits obtained? If so, when, and what are their current status?
A permit was obtained for demolition of ceiling tile, HVAC duct, and electrical wire above ceiling in February 2020. No inspections were conducted on that permit. A commercial renovation permit issued to Tran in March of 2020 with no inspections conducted under Tran. The permit was taken over by another general contractor, and the inspection was conducted on July of 2021. It's my understanding the building is open now.
Staff would request at this time that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded to move documentation into evidence. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move the documents into evidence is approved.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
Yes, I was. Allegedly, Code Section 1837C6. This project was actually started in 2020 and should have been completed in March of I'm sorry, let me get those dates again. Okay, yes, the contract was signed on 1/9 of 2020 for an expansion of the restaurant, with the work to be completed, I think I have my dates wrong in there, of March of 2021, or 19 it was signed, 2020 is when it should have been completed, in March. The project was delayed, causing undue cost to the owner. Code Section 1837C8, Mr. Tran, the evidence presented appears that the project was abandoned when there could not be a negotiation of the contract price. In Code Section 1837D9F, the complainants provided information where Mr. Tran was paid for the hood system, and that work was not paid in full, and the Trans had to give the money to the new contractor to satisfy the bill for AirTech right when they were threatened with a lien from AirTech.
I believe Ms. Reber meant the lease. She said the Trans.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
believe it was the property owner.
Yeah,
The
Mr.
property
Lee.
owner, yes.
Mr. Lee.
And that's it.
Mr. Lee, I mean, if you would like to both come forward and address the board? And if you could state your name and address, please. Both of you. If you're going to speak, both of you, please state your name and address for the board.
My name is Sky Lee, address 1029 Block 1 Trail, Pensacola, Florida.
You're going to have to speak up.
Okay. Sky Lee, 1029 Block 1 Trail, Pensacola, Florida, 32514.
My name is Lin Yang Li. My address will be 1029 Black Walnut Trail, Pensacola, Florida, 32514.
Okay. So on 2019, December 5th, and then we kind of enter the contract, and then we start the engineer planning, and we pay him $13,000 for the engineers, and then he promised, gonna finish the project, and then we enter he say he doesn't know the price to do it until he get the whole driving. So we wait. So on the January 9, and then we enter the contract with the first contract was $60,000, and then he come back and say, oh, this has to be added, and then he increased the price. We already pay him $40,000 for the AC and stuff, and then he come back and increase the project, and then we was make agree, okay, if you have to do that, and then he increased it to $180,000. And then we pay him for the 80,000 total in that period, a separate time. But for all this AC and hood and everything, literally he did not do any of that. So the AC did bought up, and then it was not installed, and nothing like the dark wall, nothing was installed. So after, you can see after about, so the first time it will be overdue, like 100 per day. He promised to pay $100 per day if it's not finished on March 1st, 2021. 2020, yes. And then he's like keep complaining about COVID and stuff get delayed and everything. But however, it does not impact so much about the construction, because he also have another project going, so which was like totally approved. He's doing stuff. It's not like and then we was like, okay, keep pushing back. And then on November 2020, it was like, we cannot do this anymore. We have to have a final agreement and stuff like that, when this gonna be done, because AC was there by the time. We have to get this installed and then, get everything up going so we can reopen our business. But in the side, we're still paying our rents and everything. So by the time we come to another new agreement, if he has to finish the project on March 1st, 2021, otherwise he will pay us $500 per day, which will kind of cover our rent. So we enter a new agreement on that. But however, when March 21st, so basically it's another year now. So it's like almost 2 or 3 years, and the project still not being done. So, and then we said, okay, we couldn't do this anymore. So until like June and July, it's like, okay, we have to find new contractors and start whole do list. So we find our new contractors, and then there's our, and then we have our COs, and then, it's not about the price, because we have our link waivers and everything. So we pay for a new contract. It's not like we don't have money to pay for it. If you say you can do it, then we will pay you, right? That's how it works. And then, and it's doable because we have our CO, so it's doable. You cannot say it's not doable. So, so basically, and then we've been asking him for receipt where you spend our money, the whole, about we pay him directly about like a 160,000 directly to him. So that where has this money been spent? We want to know and all that, but he's not. No, we have to bring him to the court, and right now our case still going on the side too. So, and then we said, okay, we find out this, so we apply a complaint here to him. Any questions or that make? Yeah.
Okay, I'm just
sorry.
confused. So you gave him 160,000, and you still had to pay for the air vents yourselves?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
because if you see the links there, it come back to us. So we was like, okay, if we want to continue, but they were really nice though. I don't know, how the new general contractor deal with that, because we pay the new general contractor, like, as we're supposed to just pay the general contractor. They handle everything, right? It's supposed to be a general contractor. So we pay him, and I think he paid whatever he need to do. So,
Okay, so did you have to pay for the air conditioner also, or just the air vents?
No, we did not have to repay the air conditioner. It was there, but we do have to pay the installations and everything. But it was not installed. Like all the dark wall, we spent extra money to pay the dark wall installation and the seal, all that. And then so.
I've got a question.
Go ahead.
So the equipment that the new general contractor used was equipment that was purchased by you or the previous contractor?
The AC was purchased by them.
Okay.
Yes.
And
And
when
the-
they
the
purchased
who-
it, did they have it delivered to your job site and it was sitting there for you to tell the other contractor to install it?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no contract in place, correct?
Wait, we have contract.
Do you have a contract?
Wait, was that this one or the new one?
Well, no, the past one.
Yes, we do. We
Does it do?
have the invoice, so I
But you
thought-
don't have a contract. You have an invoice, but not a contract.
No.
We asked, but he never gave us.
Okay.
Every time we ask, he said, I will email to you and your sign will bring back, but he never. Every time we ask. And also the funny thing is the new constructor only take a few months to finish everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he take like almost like 3 years, never done. and he take our all the money, and I need to pay the rent 3 years. Every month need like a $10,000. For that one, I sold my house, my car, everything I have. But he never done the job. And also, when he do the job, I believe he don't have permit because we shut down twice because he don't have right permit.
Is that listed in our violation? Was there permits pulled on time?
Sorry, there were permits pulled. There is, the Lees have filed a lawsuit, and a copy of that lawsuit's in there with much of the documentation supporting that.
And the other thing we found out, because we have the new contractor, right? When new contractor found the old designer for the map, we found out he changed the map. He never told me. So we used the old map to order the stuff, like a dogwood and the hold, everything. We found out the map different. So we found out he changed he changed the map. He never told us. The new map will be more cheaper. Before we used like a controller to control the old hold. He only do 3. So he reduced the price. He never told us, but he charged us like the old map one.
When you say map, you mean the drawings, the engineer
Yes,
drawing?
yes,
So the engineer that was hired for the job, was that the general contractor's engineer, or was that your engineer?
His engineer.
His engineer? Okay.
Yes.
So his price
So-
included engineering services too?
Yeah, and then we spent another like $2,000 to redo the whole driving and stuff.
Okay, one of the
then we pay directly to the engineer. It was like only $2,000, but we pay him like $13,000 for the,
for the drawings?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But my new contractor say only probably like $12,000 will be enough. He double us, but he never finished the job. And also he changed the map. He want to charge more money on it.
Okay. And you're also stating that you've paid him $160,000.
Yes, sir.
And you have documentation to prove that $160,000 was paid to his company?
I have all receipt he signed
Okay.
up, and also I have some is cash, some is like the check, everything I have.
Okay.
Chairman, if you didn't have a contract, did he have a quote? I mean, how did you?
Yeah. That's what we say we have. Yeah, it should be on there.
Right, so that was the basis of your
Yeah, see,
agreement?
what they agree how he will say, and then if it will complete by
Right.
this day, if it's not.
So if
then-
it's signed, it became your
Yes.
contract then?
Yes.
Gotcha.
They do have a contract. Any other questions? Thank you.
Mr. Tran, Mr. Hatley?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. We appreciate this opportunity to respond. I'd like to clear up some factual discrepancies initially. It's been stated that this project took 2 or 3 years, and that's just not factually accurate. M&H Construction was contacted by the owner in December 2019, and M&H was fired by the owner in approximately April 2021. And so it's just over a year and a few months that this project was ongoing. One of the complaints listed earlier in the investigative report was abandonment, and we don't believe that there's an issue of abandonment here because M&H didn't walk off of the job. M&H was fired by the owner, and that fact is already in the record in the owner's DBPR complaint. On page 2 of that complaint, there's a question there, have you fired the contractor? And the answer is yes. So the owner fired the contractor when the contractor asked for more money to finish the job because the costs of the project had significantly increased due to the time frame involved. If we all think back to December 2019, we know what happened just a few short months later. In March 2020, the entire country shut down in an unprecedented shutdown for the COVID pandemic. In many instances, no work was able to be performed. And with respect to this particular project, there was a critical piece of equipment, this rooftop AC, that had been ordered, but the one that was ordered by M&H for this project had been sent by the manufacturer facilities of critical need. Hospitals, senior living facilities, all got these particular types of air conditioner units before commercial projects did. And so there was an unexpected and unavoidable, uncontrollable delay of 6 or 7 months before the manufacturer could deliver this rooftop AC unit that was a critical component of the project.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Was this a fixed price contract? We're not sure what the contract was. Was it cost plus? Was that stated in the contract?
There was no contract of that nature. It was not a lump sum, a fixed price, guaranteed maximum price. It was essentially based off of an estimate of the work that was revised. If I had to describe the character of the contract, I would say it was more of a design-build contract. M&H was contacted because this business was shut down by the fire marshal for code violations. And so a lot of the initial time, again, in the middle of, the onset of the COVID pandemic, was dealt with by M&H Construction trying to sort out these fire code violations before any work could be performed at all. And so, yes, sir.
Looking at your papers here, page 7 of the, I think this may be the one that's under the civil suit, I don't know.
Civil suit?
Maybe it's under civil suit. It's page 7, which says proposal contract. Yes. So on these, you're saying it's kind of open-ended, but here he's listed your units and installation of the hoods and gives a exact price. And then when you go to the description, the next page, I don't see anything here that says that there's a fluctuation price. It looks to be a fixed price. You just said it was open-ended, but it appears to be a contract price, and it's signed by a representative of M&H at the bottom. So was it a open-ended or was it a contract? Because it appears to be a contract right here.
Well, I think.
A fixed number.
If I remember, I don't have the document right in front of me. But
It's right here.
If I remember correctly, isn't that a proposal?
Well, it says
says
proposal
contract.
contract.
Yeah.
And then it's signed stating that, and it is, maybe I'm misreading here something, but I don't see where it says, I see a change order in the middle there. I don't see anything that says, there's an estimate, it could change 10%, 15, 20%. These are fixed numbers. It appears the page above and that page, it seems to be more of an absolute versus open-ended.
I'm not sure what's the date of that contract?
January
9th,
2020.
January the 9th. Yeah, I'm not sure. There were a number of these that.
Every one of
occurred.
them's the same. I've looked at it. Every one of them's the same. So I guess I'm trying to clarify it because you made it sound like it was a floating number, but the paperwork looks to be more of a fixed number.
It would be reasonable to me to assume it was a fixed price.
Yes, based on.
Scope versus cost.
Right, right.
I can say that that's not the way it was treated throughout the course of the project is all I can say about that. Again, we have a civil lawsuit where all of these issues are being litigated, and we believe that's probably the more appropriate forum for resolution of a dispute like this.
Our thing has nothing to do with that. We're looking at the license.
Yes, sir, I understand.
So we're trying to determine, was the contract adhered to versus.
Even if this board determines, in their estimation, that the contract was a fixed-price contract, there's already testimony in the record today that the owners paid $160,000. And so if you consider that contract price to be binding at $185,000, there's $25,000 of
True,
money that
but
wasn't
the
paid.
work was never completed, and they've actually had to pay subs that wasn't paid. So if that's the litigation part that we don't have nothing to do with. We're just trying to figure out, is there wrongdoing on a licensee's part? You follow what I'm saying?
I do, yes,
We're
sir.
trying to look at that. We're asking questions about these numbers, but it's not because we want to know your numbers. It's because we're trying to figure out the culpability of, someone who has a license.
Yes, sir, I understand, and the way the project ended was when the owner fired M&H, it was because M&H was asking for additional monies to complete the project. And the project was very near completion. Contrary to what was stated earlier, this rooftop AC unit, the critical piece of this project that had been delayed, was in fact paid for and delivered to the project and installed by M&H.
So is there anything in the proposal that, let me correct that first. The asking for additional monies, we saw a thing here that said a change order of $80,000 if there was something. Was that the reason for asking extra money, or was it extra money because it costs more to finish it now? And if it did cost more to finish it, but he already estimated at this amount, is there a clause in his contract that says, you know, acts of God, et cetera, that might allow us to charge more? Because I didn't see that in here. So we're trying to figure out, is somebody just asking for more money because they got underbid? You know?
No, other way.
If they underbid it and then, oh no, I need to go grab money, versus it being listed and detailed in there.
Well, I go back to the fact that there's, even if this contract is treated as a lump sum contract, there was $25,000 still not paid.
See where he signed it.
The hoods had been ordered and paid for and delivered to the project site, the hoods for the individual cook-off.
But if she's giving him 160, that would easily paid for that. So you can't necessarily say that that one item wasn't paid, because it could have been that 25,000, if I read this correct, there's 25,000 owed to the air people. So that could have been that, you see what I'm saying?
For installation of the ductwork and
So
and
that
the hoods
25 that's
probably
left over could have covered that.
would have finished out the project from M&H's standpoint, more than likely. And I can go over some project amounts for you that, you know, that flesh out the
Again, I'm
amount
not
paid.
trying to decipher your numbers as much as, is this somebody who underbid the job? And then now I
Well,
gotta find a way to get money out and charge for something that's, again, already listed in here, and there's nothing in here that says if materials go up, then you have to pay the difference. I don't,
Right, there is no explicit cost-plus language in that proposal, I would agree with you. I would also, you know, just state generally, you know, that during the time period at issue from March 2020, you know, through, heck, even today, probably, we'd all agree that, you
No
know,
question.
labor costs more.
No question.
You know, subcontractors cost more, they're harder to find, things take longer, lead times have increased, material prices have increased.
that's why our contract should have a clause in there, and I didn't see that. That's the
Right, and
purpose of asking.
yes, sir.
Quickly, it said the contract will be completed by March 1, 2020. That was just the beginning, was March 1, 2020, before the shutdown. So it was supposed to be finished before COVID shutdown started.
Right, right. And I believe, going back to the permitting issues and the fire code violations that had to be sorted out, you know, those things delayed the start of the project, and put everything behind from the get-go.
Well, shouldn't this have been amended to say we're gonna finish it now, such and such a date, versus saying I'm going to finish this by March 1, 2020?
Ideally, in hindsight, sure, yeah, it would have been a best practice to do a change order for additional time, you know, going through a project for additional costs. These are obviously best practices that,
Was he paid up front, the 160,000, or was that over time?
I believe it was over time, wasn't it, Mr. Tran? Yeah, it was in various amounts. And again, to, you know, for the benefit of the board, and context for this project, the project amounts, were $13,000 for plans and permitting, $5,000 for electrician, about $50,000 for the hoods for this, restaurant, about $60,000 for the rooftop air conditioner unit to handle all of these hoods, $13,000 for welding related to the rooftop structural improvement, or, you know, to support this rooftop unit, as well as about $10,000 in demo.
Stay at this point. It shows different items being paid couple in, one of 21, 22 of 2020, just a couple in a short period of time. Was work being done at that period of time for those charges?
Mr. Chair will have to answer the exact, or approximate.
Go back to
dates
the one that
of-
had 4
of
payments.
What work and.
Well,
what
I
work
just want
happened
it to be
when.
noted that the payments actually started on the 9th. We have receipts here where Mr. Tran signed off saying each payment was made. So there was one the 9th, and then there's one here for the 5,000, and then you have these additional ones. So there's 3 different documents with payment.
all within a 30-day period.
Yeah, and it looks
Mr.
like
Lister.
paying for specific items during this. So I'm wondering, were those items completed when they made the payment or still being delayed?
You're asking whether the payments were made after the work was performed or in advance of the work being performed?
Either one, I don't know.
Is
Okay.
the work completed based on what's paid?
So for example, on the 22nd, you collected 55,000, and another check for 25,000 on the 22nd, and on January 31st, you've got, I think it's 15,000, another one for 10,000 on the 31st. So when you were getting these increments, were they paying you because work was completed, or were they paying you for what?
Work in progress. I mean, I gotta show. Work in progress, I have to show work before they issue payment.
Well, I'm just kind of confused. If all this work was being done and all being paid for is almost the amount of the contract, what was not done?
I also read that one of the delays was due to the fact that the manufacturer sent the units to, priority locations. Do you have anything from the manufacturer that states that, hey, certain equipment that you had ordered is on back order?
Yes, sir. We
To
do have a
justify the delay?
communication from the manufacturer. Ryan Hatler, Hatler.
And Board, before he answers that, if I could just clarify, because I believe when everything was added up, I listed in my report that it was approximately $170,000 paid in a combination of cash and checks, which Mr. Tran signed each time from December 5th, 2020 to February 7th of 2021.
And I don't know if the board would each like a copy of this, or if they just want me to read the communication
just
into
read the
record.
communication, I'll be okay with it.
That's fine. Yes, on May 18th, 2020, this is a communication from Rick Wolf, outside sales engineer for Nova Environmental Technologies. And the substance of this communication to Mr. Tran was, at the time we began working on this, and this is from Mr. Wolf. At the time we began working on this project, no one could have predicted the advent of COVID-19. As you are aware, management at AAON decided to fast-track any COVID-19 related purchases for AAON equipment. While fast-tracking the medically related purchases for field hospital, etc., was probably the right thing to do, it unfortunately has adversely impacted the schedules of other projects. I apologize for any inconvenience that this may have caused you and will do what I can to advocate for a better schedule.
Should we have that submitted into our records?
We can have a copy made.
And can you tell me what the date of that is?
Well, and that was my question to you. So what item specifically was it, and what date was it ordered on originally?
That was for the critical rooftop air conditioner unit. That was, an essential centerpiece of this project. And I have,
You said you have 10 copies of this?
I do,
You have them handy?
I do.
Okay, I'll just hand them out to the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
There should be enough for everyone, including staff.
Favoritism.
And I'll let y'all pass it down. Thank you.
Yes, with respect to when the order was placed for this critical piece of equipment, the rooftop AC, I can distribute to the board a document here showing a payment of $8,537.64, which was a deposit for ordering this piece of AC equipment. And my eyes aren't what they used to be, but I believe that the date here on the receipt is shown as January 15th, 2020. So it would have been ordered 2 months before COVID hit.
Almost 6 months. That's May, almost.
Mr. Chair, I have a question. This is a civil lawsuit now, is that correct? And there's another
sir.
contractor already on the job, is that correct? Is the job finished at this point? It's already finished. So there's, so it's complete at this point? Did it cost you more than the 185? I'm sorry.
It was a lot of things we have to redo that again and again, you know, like all the new driving is not, you know, so.
And you have documentation from another contractor, what was not per
Yeah,
spec or whatever?
I have one, in there, yeah, I submit that one. Yeah, and there's a couple things I want to say. Well, we keep asking them where the money being spent. Yeah, 160,000. It's not like a little money, so we want to know where the money being spent. Or 170. Yeah. So he never really respond where the money being spent. Like yeah. And then it's definitely we pay upfront, and then he come do the work. It's not like in progress or anything. Yeah. It's not like he had already done and then we pay. So that was for the AC part was supposed to after he installation, then we pay the remaining 20 something for the remaining for the AC. So we already paid the 40,000 for the for ordering the AC according to him. But yeah.
If it was not a cost plus contract, I don't know if they would have to provide any accounting for it. If it's just a fixed fee, then if it cost him 100,000 to do it and he charged 185, he made 85. Or if it cost him 200 to do it and he charged 85, he lost 15. You know, I don't know that.
Yeah, but he never
part is
proved
not.
me all that. Like we are easy to negotiate people already. You know, you see he come and then change the price couple times, and you know, and then if he able to do it, and then we okay with that you doing it, right? And then we just the person pay for.
But you didn't have anything signed each time there was a change order. There was no.
No,
sign.
that's only 2 times change
Only
order.
two,
That's
okay.
all we need, just AC and hood, and then we're
Right.
done, right?
Gotcha.
That's
Gotcha.
only 2, and then all the little thing actually I have to do it myself already. Like electrician, even he quoted here for 130, but I mean 13,000 here, but we pay him 10,000 already. But he did not do the electrician. I have to find my own electrician to redo the whole thing. So we have double pay for electrician too. So yeah, so basically, yeah, you can.
When was the AC unit finally delivered?
Yeah, it was July 2020. So that was the time we said, okay, let's get this finished. And AC is already here, right? So we give them extra time. It's not like, oh, you have to done tomorrow. AC is here. No. And then we negotiate on the November, which is like 4 months after the AC been delivered. And then he was like, okay, we will be done in another 4 months, which was March. This one we was negotiate. If you see the quote, we already say that on the quote, like on November. If not, then he agreed to pay us 500 per day, and which did not happen. So, which is like basically just cover our rent. It's not like we asking for extra. If you did not done, then pay for rent, right? That's easy. It's like basically all the regular contractor, they will do that.
And also the other reason why we pay him the punch money, Because every time he abandoned the job, we asking him back to the job. He say, "You don't pay me, we don't do the job." That's why we pay him punch money like that. We have the message to prove, and also we still talk to him last year, for real, like he finished the job, but he never show up. He never finish. That's why we fund the other. We don't pay him like the other like $15,000, and we fund the contractor. And also the other contractor finishes all the job only cost like $150,000. That's it.
And then last time too, it doesn't cost 2 years,
Only take couple months finish.
And then most
I've
of
got a
them-
final question for you. So, you mentioned lien releases, that you've got copies of lien releases. Did anybody put liens on the building?
Yes, the AC tick thing, the.
So it was subcontractors that the general contractor hired to do the job, and because they weren't paid,
Yeah, the AC link right there, from AirTech, which was paying for the hood, and then they sent us the invoice.
so you paid those releases?
I think I paid the new contractor, and then he pays it.
They paid them, okay.
Yes.
But your obligations, you did not pay. Did you leave any subcontractors, financially, without getting paid? Sorry.
I got fired from the job, so she doesn't communicate with me, so I stopped the job.
Okay.
No, I never stopped communicate with him. He's the one stopped.
Okay.
Like
We
the last
understand.
message I sent, like, okay, you have to, every time I call him, he always said like, call you later, but he never called back.
And also,
So-
he say he want to buy the job, pay him first. How do I pay? He didn't finish the job.
After a couple times, we figure out he just want more money, and then we stopped paying him. That's when he abandoned the job because he couldn't get more money from us. So that's.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to move this to disciplinary hearing based on the allegations presented.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to send to disciplinary hearing based on the allegations presented and the probable cause is approved.
Our next item is Chadwick Clark doing business as Atlas Builders Group LLC of Northwest Florida, state certified license number CBC 1260081, contractor competency board complaint number 2208137 COM. It's in regard to Elaine Magnum, homeowner complainant. It's actually property owner complainant at 9005 North Davis Highway, Pensacola, Florida 32514. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Okay. Yeah. Ms. Magnum, you're present? Yes. Yes. And are you going to provide testimony today? For the- Perfect. And Mr. Clark, are you present? Yes, ma'am. And are you going to provide testimony today? If we can go ahead and have both of you sworn in. And just a reminder that Ms. Reber was already sworn.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
And if you remember, Board, this hearing was continued from our last meeting date. It was requested by this board that the building official, Tim, go out and provide a report. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Tim so he can speak to his report.
Mr. Chairman, have you guys had a chance to look over the report? Any questions?
I don't have, you have any? Got any questions?
At this time, staff would request that the backup documentation attached to the agenda be moved into evidence.
Motion to move this to evidence.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move the documentation into evidence is approved.
Ms. Magnum? Oh. Sorry. I apologize. It's your opportunity to address the board. And if you would like for me to enlarge that and scroll
Well, I
through.
couldn't read it, so yeah.
Okay.
Ms.
all right.
Magnum, you didn't get a copy of that?
I did not.
Okay.
Okay, it's enlarged on the screen for you.
I meant for you to get a copy. My apologies.
Okay, I did not get, my name is Elaine Magnum, 9005 North Davis Highway, Pensacola, Florida. Again, I did not receive a copy of the letter, and I was also told that Mr. Clark, since the last board meeting, has submitted engineering plans, which I have never seen, and I would like to get a copy of that so that I can prove my dispute or claim saying that the work wasn't done properly. I also have other issues in my building. In addition to this wall, I did take some pictures and bring them. If you'd like to see the pictures, I can give the pictures so that you can see other issues. Unfortunately, I did not
Yes,
make
please do.
lots of them, but I have, can I give them out, or? I have 6
To make a motion to move these into evidence as well.
These are new, right?
Yeah.
Yes, do.
Make a motion, we move this provided evidence into.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move the additional documentation into evidence is approved.
This was other work that was done by Mr. Clark that, again, I don't believe is up to code. And I have never had any inspections, so I don't know what to say.
Just for the record, these documents have not been provided to Melissa Reaver.
Not
The
recently,
investigator.
but they are in the original report. These are pictures that were submitted when I originally made my claim.
Okay, in the original claim. Thank you.
I had an entire new roof put on the building, and that's the work that, a few of the pictures that represent the roof that's on there now. One of the pictures shows that the wall outside was being redone. The wall had shifted during the tornado, and instead of fixing the wall properly, we had, Mr. Clark spray foamed it, and then went back and tried to fix the exterior of the building, where you can see where he foamed the building instead of actually repairing the concrete. And as of what the type of work that he's done, I cannot get insurance on my building because it's not done to code. My building is uninsurable.
Any questions? Being none, thank you.
Mr. Clark,
Mr.
it's
Clark.
your opportunity to address the board.
Chad Clark, 5776 Riviera Drive, Milton, Florida. Okay, guys, I couldn't finish the job. I got kicked off the job. She told me not to come back in mid-work. We're in the middle of trying to finish her job, take care of some discrepancies. She kicked us off the job midstream. There's so many different moving parts on this thing. It's hard for anybody to understand. I mean, even trying to work in her building, there's parts, there's just stuff everywhere that we've had to move multiple times. It takes a lot of time to get in there and do certain things. I mean, I'm here for lack of inspections. I understand that. I could not receive my inspections because I got kicked off the job or fired. First time in 25 years.
I know we went through this at the last meeting, but the reasons for the inspections were because you aren't ready for inspection or we just weren't called in?
We weren't ready for inspection, sir.
Okay.
Now, in regards to the wall, totally understand that. That was done while we were trying to move and get things done, cart before the horse. I understand that. I did get engineering on how to resolve the situation to resolve it, that I will do. And I've never been in front of the board for any kind of shoddy work at all. When my work is done, it's always, I have no complaints.
So your position is you still want to go finish that job?
Well, this leads us to another fact. She's owed me money since before Thanksgiving before this Thanksgiving. You know, I stayed there willingly and kept moving forward with the job, doing several things, but, you know, attitude shifted on the job, and just she wasn't moving out of my way to try to do work. And then I get an alleged complaint about me putting concrete bags in a wall, which is erroneous. That didn't happen. We had concrete bags shoved up behind the wall because she would not move out of the way for us to do our work to fill the block wall and put our rebar in. But she said that we put bags in the wall. And I will, to this day, we will beat the wall down and you will not find a bag in that wall. I mean, it just got out of hand. So, I mean, gutter straps weren't cut. They were cut square instead of not rounded. She's got a discrepancy about the patio cover. Sirs, I've put 100,000 patio covers up, it seems like, from Key West to Pensacola. I know what my stipulations are. I know how to do the work. But she, you know, I don't know. She's just called it all out, and that's why we're here today. But bottom line, I didn't get my inspections because I was removed from the project.
Ms. Chad,
Ms. Magnum would like to make another statement.
go ahead.
Ms. Magnum, if you could come to the podium, please. Thank you.
How could I get in his way when he's putting up a wall before the wall is actually erected? Shouldn't there be a footer put in there and rebar? There was none of that done. You can't say I got in the way. First of all, I never fired him. His superintendent, Daniel, walked off the job, and then I sent a letter in January saying, do not come back. The roof that's been put on my building has to come down. It leaks, improper material, no pitch. The wall, come to my building. I'm asking you, I'm begging you, come to my building. You will see the concrete bags in the wall. Period. The wall has concrete bags.
Ms. Chad, Mr. Talbert went out and according to his letter, there's an opening in this existing wall and this new concrete wall was constructed, and from what it appears, there was some revisions submitted after all this was done.
Yes, sir. I didn't deny the fact. I did not deny that fact, sir.
That's, so I understand catching up with what's there, but just trying to process the thinking of putting a wall up without guaranteeing, knowing, suspecting there's a footing under there. You've been in business, I heard you say
Yes, sir.
25 years, so.
I have.
I'm looking at an experienced man, evidently, and I mean, there's like flags all over the place to be putting a wall up when, you know.
No footer.
No
Sir,
footer.
we had her building was wide open,
Well,
and trying to, I get all
whatever
that.
there's emotional between the two,
Sure.
we're trying to cut through that.
Sure, yes,
We're-
sir.
You know, if some stuff was in the way to work, I mean, if anybody's ever done any remodeling, you're gonna move something, that's.
I understand.
But regardless, I'm trying to get beyond that and just grab, again, we're here for the disciplinary of the licensing, so I'm trying to picture how in the world could this block wall be put up to begin with without there being somebody, if you're not there, you have a superintendent, in other words, you have somebody
Yes,
who
sir.
should be out there skilled enough to flag something and say, let's back up here for a second and so forth, so forth. And that didn't happen. And that's a concern. I think you can appreciate that. If you could come sit on this side of the table for a second,
I
I think
understand.
you could appreciate that that's a real concern that this would be allowed.
In other words, a wall was being built without a footer.
And they knew it was no footer. And so that should flag all the way up the chain. If, you know, if you didn't know it, somebody should have told you we're moving. You know what I mean? There should have been, because ultimately, you're the licensee, so you're the
Yes,
one
sir.
here. Whoever you had working the field, they're not in here. It's you. You're the
Yes, sir.
license. So we have to look at you and ask the questions to you.
Absolutely.
And I just want to kind of reason with your brain. I understand you're on that side of the table. I want to reason your brain to understand why we have real serious concerns about this type of construction habit. And why we would look at this and say, there is some responsibility on your part, and why we would even look and say it needs to go to disciplinary, because that's what we're here for from the community, is to keep these kind of things from happening.
Yes,
So
sir.
can you at least kind of see,
100%.
okay, that's all I
That's
want
why I
to
have it, that's why I have it engineered and documented for it to fix. I mean, when it all came to light and it came full stretch, I brought my engineer in. You know, we figured out a plan of attack on how to do the wall in place and get our footer and get everything done. And we submitted it to the county.
And it was approved according to Mr. Tim's letter, all the, says been approved, but, and that's awesome, but how did it get here to begin with?
I know, I totally, sir, listen, I'm
I
not
don't-
here to tell you, I'm here to, that's the only fault in this whole thing, okay? It would have been inspected, it would have been done, but bottom line, I was not able to finish the job. And I get what the board is saying. I mean, look, that was a ding-dong move, I get it. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you know what, I don't know how to explain it. It's a practice I will never do again in my life, okay?
Expensive lesson.
But you know, I'm not gonna blame it on me being too busy, because ignorance is no excuse. I understand about the wall. There's several other things that have been brought, you know, been made of mind, you know, her roof, well, of course, her roof and everything's gonna be leaking because the building's wide open, because we couldn't go back and put all the components back together.
In some of the pictures here, honestly, I think that you could understand it from the pictures we're seeing here. Now, this is just based on the evidence. Some of the roof things are probably not the way you would want to leave it as a contractor, for your name.
We have
Some of these-
already, sir, I have done more roofs in this town. I mean, I've done a lot of work in this town. When I'm done with her job and got done with, and would have been done with her job, I'm telling you, I wouldn't have any complaints. I had already had a flute fill system in line, in place, to go over that metal roof and bring it up. I wasn't doing all the roofs, but the main roof that goes over her place was gonna be a flute fill TPO system. Because when we did do our mathematics on our pitch on that roof, because it is flat, it is flat. It shows it in a couple parts. We're gonna redo that. That part of the roof, not the whole roof. It's not all the other roofs. There's, all the trim work and everything is spectacular. It's just about the flat part of the roof.
So the complaint that we have here on investigation thing is simply a failure to obtain an inspection. So, I mean, that is a guilty charge for that part.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
So would you entertain a motion to move it to disciplinary hearing based on the allegations?
He's asking you, would you agree to enter a motion to go to disciplinary hearing for failure to obtain?
Well, I'll go ahead and make the motion to take it to disciplinary hearing based on the evidence provided, allegations, to move this along to discussion if we need to.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
I've got just final comments. Again, I asked the question earlier that are you willing to finish the job? Are you allowing him to finish the job if needed?
If I get paid, I'll be more than happy to finish the job. I've never
Well,
not finished the job.
let me ask the question. So your position is that if you get paid first, then you would complete the job. And I'm pretty sure your position is you will not pay first.
I'd like to seek legal advice
That's fine.
on answering that.
Yeah, I was
sir.
just curious about.
Uh,
Go ahead.
I have paid for the roof in 100%. The roof has been paid for 100% according to the gun.
Okay.
We had no intentions of putting another roof on there.
That is not true, Ms. Magnum.
Yeah, that's all I have.
We can have more discussion, I guess, at the disciplinary hearing, so.
Okay. We have a motion? And I have a second. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to take this complaint to disciplinary hearing is approved.
Our next item is Spencer Stapleton, State Registered License Number RR 282812176, Contractor Competency Board Complaint Number 2211209, COM. It's in regard to Switzer Brothers Property LLC, the complainant at 841 Bayshore Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32507. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Is the complainant present? Switzer Brothers? Thank you. And are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Okay. Is the respondent, Mr. Stapleton, present? Mr. Stapleton is not present. At this time, I'm going to have you sworn in case you are going to provide testimony. Oh, okay, thank you.
Everybody can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now be God.
Thank you. Ms. Reber, and as a reminder, Ms. Reber was already sworn. Was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, there was, November 7th of 2022.
And were you able to communicate with the complainant about the case?
Yes, I was, their attorney.
And were you able to communicate with the respondent about the case?
He did not respond.
Did the complainant provide supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda?
They did, and yes, it is attached.
And how about the respondent?
Did not provide any documentation.
Were permits obtained? If so, when, and what are their status?
Yes, a permit was issued to Stapleton on March 11th, 2022 for an addition. And on August 16th, 2022, Stapleton was issued a permit for a new single-family dwelling. There was never any inspections done.
At this time, staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Motion made second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all the documentation into evidence is approved.
And Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
Yes, I was. Code section 1837D8. The Switzers paid $150,000 $70,000 to Stapleton, and little to no work was performed. Code Section 1837D9F. The Switzers, and then subsequently their attorney, asked on multiple occasions for an accounting of that money, and they were never provided that. Code Section 1837D12B. Stapleton's received deposits on his contract with the Switzers, and it appears he has no intentions of doing the work or refunding the money.
If you would like to come to the podium, and this is your opportunity to address the board.
Thank you. DeWitt Clark on behalf of Switzer Brothers Property LLC, which is the property owner and the one of the parties that signed the contract, as well as Mr. Stapleton. As Ms. Reber stated, we paid Mr. Stapleton $170,000 in deposits. Little to no work has been performed outside of minor dirt work and 2 permits being pulled. But as she stated, no inspections have been done. We've attempted to reach out to him, and we've actually, in the record which you now have, are text messages where he says he doesn't have the money, and he would have to borrow the money to pay us back. And since then, it's been radio silence from him. We have sued him civilly, which we are proceeding with default. He made an appearance, but he's failed to file an answer in that case. To date, we've never received any proof of work he's done, as far as we paid for an invoice through that money with an engineer. An engineer, but no work has been performed by Mr. Stapleton. And so we ask this board to move forward with this. We have no other recourse at this point. So we're here, and I have my clients to answer any questions you might have.
I'm ready to make a motion to move this to disciplinary hearing based on alleged violations.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move this complaint to disciplinary hearing is approved.
Just so you know, what'll happen is a new notice will issue, and if you have any additional documentation, go ahead and get that over to Melissa Reber, and we will handle that at that time. But that's why I keep walking out of the room, is to let people know that new notices will issue when when the board makes a decision like this.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is also a Spencer Stapleton State Registered License Number RR 2828121176, Contractor Competency Board Complaint Number 2211211 COM. It's in regard to Julie and Cynthia McGill, the homeowners complainants at 5790 San Gabriel Drive in Pensacola, Florida 32507. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Are the McGills present? Thank you. And are you going to provide testimony for this case today? Yes, ma'am. Awesome. Mr. Stapleton, just to make sure you did not arrive. Again, Mr. Stapleton is not present. At this time, I'm going to have you sworn in. And a reminder that Ms. Reber is already sworn.
Just want to share this testimony about to give today, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
You can wait.
You can come hang out with us, but you're good. Ms. Reber, was a formal complaint filed with the board, and on what date was it filed?
Yes, there was, on October 18th, 2022.
And were you able to communicate with the complainant about the case?
Yes, I was.
And how about the respondent?
He's not responded.
Did the complainant provide you any supporting documentation, and is it attached to the agenda as backup?
She did, and it's all attached.
And how about the respondent?
Didn't provide any documentation.
Were permits obtained? If so, when, and what are their current status?
Resulted search of the property, no permits issued to Stapleton.
Okay, at this time, staff would request that the documentation attached to the agenda as backup be moved into evidence.
Motion to move them into evidence.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all documentation into evidence is approved.
Ms. Reber, were you able to assign any alleged violations to the case? If so, please state each violation and your justification.
I was allegedly Code Section 1837C6. The total amount of the project was $35,000. Was a cost plus 20. And the McGills paid an initial draw of $15,000. And there was approximately 2 days and a half worth of some removal of brick and minor demolition of the kitchen. Code Section 1837C8, Mr. Stapleton failed to return back to the project. Code Section 1837D4, there were no permits pulled or plans for the property. Code Section 1837D9J, the contract did not contain the applicable clause of the Florida Construction Recovery Fund.
Ms. McGill, it's your opportunity to address the board.
Thank you. Julie McGill, 5790 San Gabriel Drive, Pensacola, Florida, 32504. We hired Mr. Stapleton to do an addition to our carport to create a laundry room and a bathroom, and to tear out the laundry room that was in our kitchen on June, I think it's June the 20th, something to that effect. And July the 7th, we deposited, gave him the $15,000. We did ask for a little bit more detailed scope of work. We kept going back to him over and over, asking for a better description of the work that was going to be completed. And like Ms. said, he was on property only 3 days. That was at the end of July. And on August the 16th, when we questioned, we have another project that was going on. There was a sunroom being built at our property with hometown contractors, and they had pulled the permit to do the sunroom. When I questioned Mr. Spencer about pulling the permit because the city was coming out to inspect the other project, he said that there would be no problem, that he would get that permit as soon as he started work, which he had already demoed he had demoed my laundry room and taken the brick off the side of my house. There's also a huge hole in my kitchen that goes up into my attic, and there's walls that were taken down where the laundry room was, and we lost our washer and dryer because he took that out and cut all the electrical, so we were without all of that. After the 3 days of demo work, he never showed back up. It is my belief that he was trying to get money for another project, as you can tell. But we have not received any compensation, any refund, or any explanation on why he did not finish the job or actually start the job. All he did was demo.
I'm ready to move this to disciplinary action, so I'll make a motion to move to disciplinary action based on the allegations provided.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move to disciplinary hearing based on the allegations made in probable cause is approved.
Thank you.
Our next item is Jeannie Johnson, State Certified License Number CGC 1514832, Contractor Competency Board Complaint Number 2211208 COM. It's in regard to Terry Wimet, the complainant, in regard to 5635 Cruzat Way, Pensacola, Florida 32507. Proper notice was sent to the respondent, and if you can remember, this case was also continued from our previous hearing. It was continued on the basis of seeing whether the inspection was obtained. I do not believe that the complainant is present. I know that the respondent is present. And are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Yes, sir. If you can go ahead and be sworn in, and Ms. Reber remains sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
There's not any additional information from us in regard to backup documentation, and that was moved into evidence at the last hearing. So if you would like to hear from Mr. Johnson in regard to an update.
Be fine.
So I guess that upon a final inspection, they done a final inspection and everything was approved on our end for the foundation, so I guess that's all we was waiting on.
That inspection was done the same day of the hearing, just later in the afternoon. And I will add that the property has also sold. The homeowners came in and met with me, and they're just hoping to get the property cleared of any open violations.
Okay. So there's no violations?
No, there's not.
Motion to dismiss?
Motion made, seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to dismiss the complaint is approved. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Now we move to section 9.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Section 9, these cases have already been to disciplinary hearing, and the respondents were found in violation of certain code violations. These 2 hearings are just to address the matter of restitution. The first item is Jesse W. Lacoste, doing business as Lacoste Construction Group, LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980, Contractor Competency Board Complaint Number 2208149 COM. It's in regard to Carrie and Jackie Brown, the homeowners complainants at 11122 Seaglade Drive, Pensacola, Florida 32507. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. Are the Browns present today? Thank you. And is Mr. Lacoste present today? I did see Mr. Lacoste in the audience. Do we want to send somebody out to?
Checking.
I believe Mr. Mitchell's going to go. Let him know.
Yeah.
I see that Mr. Lacoste has returned. Mr. and Ms. Brown, are you going to provide testimony for this hearing today? Thank you. And Mr. Lacoste, are you going to provide testimony for this restitution hearing today? Thank you. If y'all could please stand and be sworn in. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah, I do.
Ms. Reber was already sworn. Just
Yes.
a reminder. There was some additional restitution documentation that's attached to the agenda, so staff would request that that additional documentation that is attached to the agenda be moved into evidence.
Make a motion to move to evidence?
Motion made, seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move the additional documentation into evidence is approved.
Mr. and Ms. Brown, this is your opportunity to address the board in regard to your restitution request.
And I did lay those copies for you there.
Okay, before I get into the restitution numbers, I'd
just kind of give a recap on, kind of what I said at the last meeting, to give a perspective on some new updates, new developments. So we signed a contract with Lacoste Construction in September 2020. I got a mortgage approved for about the end of that year, beginning of 2021. It was for $245,000. Lacoste was gonna build a 1,100 square foot house for us. I gave him $45,000 in earnest money, so my loan was approved for $200,000. And the bank, gives a year for the construction to be done, which should have been done at the beginning of 2022. We should have been moved in by then, it was as a year. So since work was stopped on it, the banks, I had to pay extensions since April or so, March or April. I've had 3 extensions for $500 each. Back in beginning, before anything had trouble came up with Lacoste, we should have been moved in the house. Last time I was here, Mr. Lacoste said I panicked and terminated his contract because of whatever, the publicity in the news, this and that. But it wasn't finished in a timely manner. It's not dried in. Back in 2020, towards the end of 2021, they said they ordered windows. That never happened. I've paid for windows myself, hurricane windows, and installed them. Had them installed with my own money. But it doesn't have siding. It doesn't have roofing materials. It has the peel and stick on there. That's it. So basically in April 2022, April, May, I find out that Mr. Klaus is in jail without bond. His staff talks to me, and they've all quit. They said he can't conduct business when he's incarcerated. And so the bank, actually before this, the bank quit. I guess they heard about it before me because they quit giving him draws. I don't know if that was because of the timeline or not, but his staff advised me to call my banker. She said, yes, we can't give him any draws. You have to get a new contractor, find a replacement contractor. And then I've been paying for these extensions for this loan, which was up at the beginning of this year, I believe. No, 2022 is what I mean. So, had to get a new contractor. It's taken him most of the summer I got 3 different bids, estimates to complete the construction. They're all about in the same numbers. And so I had to I'm have to refinance. So finally, the refinance came through, the bank approved the new contractor. But now, my loan has to be $393,000 for 1,100 square foot house. So it's jumped, so I had a loan for $200,000, now I gotta add another $193,000 to finish this house. And so, of course, the payments, we were gonna have, payments have doubled from $1,400 to $2,950 a month is what they're gonna be when it's finished. And I'll be living poor trying to make those payments. I might barely get by and make them, but this is gonna be our forever home. We built it on a lot across the street from my mom's, so we'd be close by because she's 90. And now would an 1,100 square foot house be worth $393,000? when it's all done. So I'm kinda at the point whether to sell it as is, try to get some money out of it, or go ahead with the loan and, see if I make the payments when the time comes. And so that's just kind of background on the latest issues I have.
If the board recalls, and it's in the minutes, Mr. Patel actually had some questions in regard to the terminology on here of allowances. And I think you had some questions for the Browns in regard to what that meant.
Oh, I reviewed that, I was just getting to that. I reviewed the video recording, the meeting we weren't able to attend, and I just saw what you were talking about. That spreadsheet is the estimate of the contractor the replacement contractor got. That spreadsheet's just his bid to complete the project, finish constructions. So the allowances are like, you know, whatever, 5,000 for a stove or a fireplace or whatever. That means if it goes over 5,000, I pay. If it's under 5,000, I get a little money back. So all those allowances are just in his bid for that specific item.
Mr. Brown, you have another spreadsheet there you prepared.
Yes,
That
and
I don't believe's in the record.
So on the last documents I had, there was one Word document, and I just kind of wrote things out, and I didn't add them up. And they just, once I saw what you guys were looking at, I made my own spreadsheet of the.
Mr. Brown, Christie is going to come grab that for you and present it to the board.
So, no, I got,
Is that your complete list of items?
yes.
Make a motion, we move this into evidence.
Motion made and seconded.
All
All
right,
those in
didn't get
favor
on
say
the-
aye. Opposed,
All right,
like
didn't get on
sign.
the agenda.
Being none, the additional documentation is moved into evidence.
Missed the deadline on this.
It's okay, sir. If you want to go ahead and explain what you presented to the board.
Okay. So the first item is, like I said, I signed the contract with Lacoste for $245,000, and the new bid for the house is $293,835. So, the new bid to finish minus what I was supposed to pay originally for the house is a difference of $47,935. Does that make sense? So I'm paying that much more because everything's gone on. I've also had to buy builder's risk insurance. I had to have it for the first year when it should have been completed. I've had to buy it for another year, and it's gonna be up in April. So I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna have to finish by April, $1,750 for extra year business risk insurance. Mortgage extensions, I, related to you, or mentioned to you, come up to 3 of them at $500 each, $1,500. The roof, like I said, it just has a peel and stick on it. It was leaking. I had to get a roofer to come in and put more peel and stick in the leaks. So at least it's not leaking now. And that, $1,000 for that. Of course, I have retained an attorney for to terminate the contract and speak with my bank's lawyer and everything. So the legal fees to date, $3,393.25. I mean, 25 cents. My attorney advised that when we take it to civil court, he anticipated fees of $10,000. I had to pay, he left a bill of builder's first choice. I had to pay $3,301.78. course, I had to buy the windows. I did that before the hurricane season, because, you know, like I said, it's not dried in. I wanted to at least get some windows in there. $14,043.92. Now, of course, the loan I'm in right now is a construction loan, so I'm having to pay payments on the interest until it's finished. So $421 per month since April. I've had to pay $4,210. Also, back in 2021, they were I was advised, you know, get some appliances when they're on deal. Appliances weren't covered, so we shopped for appliances. We were getting furniture ready to move in. Like I said, at least by the end of last year. So all this stuff that was going to go into the house, I've had to put in storage. Storage units are $235 a month. So that's 13 months from when we were supposed to have moved into our home. And then at the bottom are invoices I've received for the trades here. I got Builder's First Choice on there twice. That's a mistake. But, so, now the plumbing top out and the HVAC rough in, he received draws for those and they weren't paid, and I got the invoices. So and then the electric also. So for the electric rough in, $7,225 I've received invoices for. The economy HVAC, $4,125 I've received invoice for. I had to pay a carpenter, Logan Barwick, who did some work that Mr. Lacoste owed him. He was going to he's putting a lien on, so I took care of him. And there's the low voltage, Total Connect Technology. They did their rough in. I received the invoice for $2,122. So I think this total down here at the bottom needs to, I think I added 2 Builders First Choice there. It looks like I missed that when I reviewed it.
And
So
I think-
so the $108,353 total needs to, $3,301.78 needs to be subtracted.
I also think the 10,000 in legal fees anticipated has to be removed. That cannot be, because you haven't incurred that.
That's fine.
Now, how much did you already pay for this so far?
Earnest money, $45,000.
And that's the total you paid?
Excuse me?
Did they pay any draws for the loan? Or was it just the 45 so far?
That was earnest money to Lacoste Construction took it the total price of $245,000 to what I needed to borrow, $200,000.
So how much of the loan has been drawn?
Oh, there's also a draw sheet up there too that it has on it, but let's see. 104,944 and 86 cents is what I owe the bank for the loan I'm on now. So this new contractor's bid for it's $293,000 to finish the house.
You already have that one.
This is the new contractor's,
Yeah, the $47,935.
yeah, more than
Yeah,
what it
yes.
cost. So they gotta add this $109,000 on, to what I owe the bank added to the builder's estimate. So that brings it up to $393,000 To finish a 1,100 square foot house.
So, hi, Mr. Brown. So you said $104,944.86 from the bank, and then you also gave him $45,000, correct? So for a total received by Mr. Lacoste was $149,944.86, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's in addition?
That was the funds that Mr. Lacoste had received for this
Yeah, but you say
project.
that's addition to what's on here.
Correct.
Okay.
And so with the two items that you removed
Yeah.
from this write-up, the total would be $95,051.22. For just these
Just this.
items that he wrote down.
So that's, you add that to the 149,000?
Do you want her to do that for you?
Yeah. Yes. I don't have a calculator.
I got one.
She can do it.
So when we add those two items together, the monies that Mr. Lacoste received, but also the outstanding items that the Browns had to pay for, that total is $244,996.08. So $244,996.08.
That's good. Need a motion.
And so, but was there any work done out of that money?
Yes, it's about half done, like I said, but it's not dried in. It's got, the trades have completed their work. It's just cement foundation. There's no siding. It's been sitting there this whole
So-
year.
So the funds that were paid to Mr. Lacoste, some work was done with those funds, so we need to
I
back
think-
that out?
I think you need to clarify who paid the trades.
Correct.
So I don't know if Lacoste paid anyone, so that may,
Well-
whether the work was done or not, if Lacoste didn't pay it, that would be something for your consideration.
There is a draw schedule on one of my documents that has the draws.
But the draw schedule was only determined what the banks paid out, correct? But you have any indication from any of the
for a
trades
second.
that were on the
Go
job
ahead and do
that they've been paid for the percentage of work completed? For instance, if the electrician did 30% of his work, did he collect 30% of his payment? That's the number we're looking for to see what percentage of money that was provided to Lacoste was paid out towards the subcontractors.
The not the electrical, not the low voltage, not economy HVAC, not Prime Electric, and not the plumbing. The draws that he received, the work was complete, is concrete footers, plumbing rough-in, roof trusses, sheathing, slab board, wall framing, and roof decking.
Can you pull up the draw schedule if you can find it?
That has to be taken out.
While she's looking that up, do you have a short list, a list that tells us who you did not have to pay? For instance, what they've asked you is the ones that, look, do you know which ones were actually paid by Lacoste?
Just the ones I just read that are on
Okay.
the draw sheet.
May I see that draw sheet? So these were paid by Lacoste.
Everything except on draw number 4.
Everything except the 15,046.15.
Yeah, well, these are, the bottom one, roof.
Okay.
sheath,
Okay, show me.
Just this last one, they were paid, roof, the decking.
Okay, so everything except the roof decking was paid by Lacoste.
No, those those were the things that he had, the work that was done, the cost completed.
But he paid he paid all these
Yeah,
people.
Everybody but the electric, the HVAC.
And the roofing.
Right,
And the roofing.
and the roof decking.
So that has to be taken out of the,
Let me come around so I'm not stretching over a desk. Let me walk you through this, okay? Okay, so on this one, and I'll get a copy for you on this. So on this one.
There it
here-
is.
Okay, on that one. So was the initial builder disbursement, we've got that. So were the concrete footers paid by you or by Lacoste?
Everything, these first three draws, they were all paid. They completed the work and they got paid
By you or Lacoste?
by Lacoste.
Okay, that's what we're trying to clarify.
Until you get to draw number 4. And the only thing under draw number 4 that was paid by him is the roof decking.
So what does the first three draws total up to? Do we have that? I think this one's draw number 1 that I'm looking
I
at.
can do it real quick.
Okay. Or actually, it's draw number 4.
You got it?
They're on the left there, there's
Mhm.
draw 1, 2, 3, 4.
So if we can add that up.
Should be 104,94466.
Mm-hmm.
Should be.
Yeah, according to line item 2. So what we would need to do is,
item number 2 in the right-hand column, that's what was paid.
Correct, that's what's been paid out. But what Mr. Brown just stated is that under draw 4, the first 2 items were not paid and he had to pay for them.
correct.
So what I'm adding up now is the items that Mr. Brown has stated that Mr. Lacoste was paid for and received. So total of items from draws 1, 2, 3, and 4 that Mr. Brown has said Mr. Lacoste was paid for and he received the services for was $94,124.95. If you subtract that from the monies that Mr. Lacoste was paid, that leaves you with a balance of $10,819.71.
Okay. So what's the total restitution amount?
Okay, so if you're going back and you're, from the tabulation I gave you earlier, from the $95,051.22, and then you're saying the overpayment for things he did not receive. $10,008. That calculation for the 95 plus the 10 from the items we just spoke about, $105,870.93.
That's the amount of restitution.
That's the amount that, from the calculations that you gave me.
Yes.
Yes.
So it, huh? How much?
So the 149,944.86.
Mm-hmm.
What was that?
That was the monies that Mr. Lacoste received from the bank.
Okay, and then minus that, 94,000 was paid towards the goods and the services provided.
Correct.
So what does that come to?
That was, the subtraction of that was $10,819.71.
94 minus 149? Am I calculating?
That number did not, the 104,944 didn't include the 45,000 earnest money that, this was just from the bank.
Oh, I got you.
From the bank money. That's what we were calculating.
Add that earnest money.
So from the bank money plus additional items that, Mr. Brown has spoke about on here, That number was 105,870.93. Then you also have the earnest money that Mr. Brown provided to Mr. Lacoste pre-getting that construction loan. Which is the 45. Correct. I just have to have you tell me to do that, sir.
Okay, do it. Add the 45 plus,
Thank you.
whatever it is.
So that total would be $150,870.93.
That's the total restitution request. Entertain a motion.
Mr., I just want to
just a
remind the
second.
board, let me remind the board that Mr. Lacoste is present and he should have an opportunity.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Do I need to introduce myself again? Jesse Lacoste, 5974 Chi-Chi Circle, Milton, Florida, 32570. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to respond. I wanted to cover a couple of these claims here that I just quickly took note of as they were speaking. The timeline and the extensions do that I know this is more so regarding the restitution, but it's what gets us to the restitution. They mention, but in their own words, about a long timeline delay between contract and between their ability to perform their funding. That was due to the client's multiple failures to ability to provide funding. That has nothing to do with us as a contractor, so that negates a lot of things that got us here, which is the statutes that were ignored and the subsections of that statute that give me a certain timeline to contract and then, of course, go forth and obtain a permit. So that was delayed due to the client, not due to the contractor, as well as some other reasons with it being design build in nature and having a loan design process, not just being a spec home being built, which brings me to point number 2. I was kicked off the project. I didn't abandon it. I cannot complete a project that I'm not allowed to show up to, and if the draws are not coming anymore, I can't continue to perform. And I'll forge on that a little later. The draws do not nearly equate to the monies invested, which I will further address at the very end of this. Multiple changes were added, change orders with the site excavation, septic, a number of things, some additional light clearing that are not being equated into these numbers at all.
Mr. Lacoste, do you have that documentation so that board can see it?
Which part?
You said
With
that
the
your
change
expenditures.
orders?
Mhm.
I've explained to the board that I'm in litigation right now, and I'm trying to gather those things that we've discussed in prior hearings. As I've discussed with you before, I did receive a last name now. I know that we have an Anthony, before I told you Anthony Gonzalez out of Orlando, Florida, who used to work with my former partners and did all of our IT stuff, ran our, what I was trying to explain earlier, I'm not an IT guy, so I didn't have the correct terminology. My apologies. He's the one who ran our server. So when I lost access to that, that wiped out every bit of my old emails. I can log into the email, I can pull names up, I can pull your contact up, but when I click on there, there's quite literally nothing there.
And so you still haven't recovered those
Yes,
items yet?
and as in addition to that, their administrative personnel came into our office to try to
Okay.
take over some of that, which is very, very relevant.
My question
because
to you is, do you have a list of all the things you object to? Find
Correct.
the amount.
It's in the process of being summoned, but correct.
Do you have it or not?
I don't have a copy in front of me.
Okay, I think since he does not have the information,
To assist him, Mr. Lacoste, this was the documentation provided by Mr. Brown. These items were removed, the anticipated and the duplicative fee. So if you just want to look at that and see, if you have any.
This would actually pertain more to the original draws and things that were in the original contract and the bank draws. It does not take into account the change orders that I'm mentioning that were performed. To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, I'm in litigation. I'm trying to obtain those things. I don't
okay,
have that
the
copy
point
in front
is,
of
we
me.
cannot make a final decision until we have that information.
And that's why I've continued to ask for this to be.
If
to be
he
pushed.
cannot justify his objections. We have to wait until he has all that information.
And in the meantime, I would like to argue.
Actually, he was given notice and able to have that here. He does have the opportunity to testify as to that paperwork. I don't know how long ago he was aware that he was missing these records, but you could certainly he has the opportunity to testify today. Granted, this is a new document he may not have seen before, but he certainly has the opportunity to explain what's right in front of him.
But we still need the documentation.
If he wanted
his
to refute
explanation-
something on that
Yes.
that list, you would need the documentation to
That's right.
support it. If he were to refute something
Yes.
on your list.
And you mentioned change orders, so are those change orders, do we have those change orders?
No, sir, that's largely what they're referring to is
Right.
it does exist, they're performed, they're out there on the site work's all done, it's been
But are
cleared.
they executed change orders? by-
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. Every bit of it's executed without complaint, without dispute. Very large change orders. I would like to argue this as well. When we're considering those items and we're talking numbers, one thing that's not being tossed around is the escalations, and I know that was discussed earlier. I've discussed this in some of my previous hearings. It's something that's not being considered. I do have an escalation clause. I have a couple different escalation clauses in this contract and all of my contracts. And I wanted to point out something that I caught in that conversation with the 104 reflects approximately 25% of the end cost of the actual build. There's this kind of odd situation with my value versus the new contractor's value, not just with this case, but with all of them when these restitutions are being handed out. My cost is always regarded as much less than market and real world value suggest. On the other end, the new contractor's taken over with the same, either completing the same scope or completing the final margin of that project are much more expensive than me. In other words, I'm completing, let's say 75%, and it's regarded about this much, say 100,000, but it costs 300,000 to finish the last 25% of the project.
I'm sorry, what may be of assistance, and I know that you're wanting some documentation, what may be of assistance to the board is if he has a civil case, if you had that information, we could go to that civil case and look to see what documentation is in there. And also, if he has a civil case, then he would also have a civil attorney involved.
I have a question, Mr. Claus, on the
Yes, sir.
change orders that you're referring to. Were any of those change orders implemented? Did you start any of the change orders?
Not only approved and implemented, but completed satisfactorily without dispute.
All of the change orders were completed?
Let me be very, very clear. The ones that I'm referring to, yes, there were some additional in progress that was actually further down my list. I just happened to see the Total Connect Technology up here, a great outfit that used to do our smart home installations and put those systems together. I know with those, I use this as an example, with those and other parts of this project where they're saying, well, this subcontractor wasn't paid. Well, that wouldn't be, because those allowances we've heard about earlier, that wouldn't be my responsibility to pay all of that anyways. Because there's a combination of what was performed in the job, what was in the contract, and then what was added to the project. And that would be a great example of that, would be the technology end. But to answer your question directly, I think there's some confusion between the change orders and the escalations. That's two separate items.
I understand. I want to keep you from going in circles because time is of essence for every one of us. But the question is simply about the change orders. And so
Yes.
your answer is these change orders that was signed, not all those was completed, so we cannot allow that to come into the picture because they're not included here.
Yes and
I mean,
no.
I'm talking, they're not included in this amount, they're additional, and it's not completed. We're only looking at what the bank gave you and what was completed based on those items. One second.
Okay.
So along with that, I don't really know much about your business background, I really don't. But if you've built any amount of time and got bank draws, you know that those first draws are a little heavy to help carry you through the project. Correct? You'd be aware of that. Your slab draw you get paid more than what it costs you to put the slab in.
That's lender to lender.
Your dried-in draw pays you more than you get paid for the dry. And the purpose of that obviously is to carry you through, and that's all understandable in the business. Therefore, the amount, you just said that you spent more than what's here. It's
Well,
gonna be hard to prove that when always they give more on these upfront draws, or early draws, I should say, than what the cost is. So, you know, it's kind of hard for us not to come up with something pretty firm here. I mean, maybe some fluctuation that we could put a little note in here that says that it could be come back to reviewed at a future date if more evidence is brought to us. But, I mean,
Yes.
that's all.
And Mr. Lister, allow me to answer to that, to respond to that. And I jotted a couple notes because I know there was kind of a two-part thing there, and I wanted to address both of them. With the change orders, I wanted to answer accurately. I was regarding future change orders as well as past change orders, two separate things. When I mentioned the Total Connect Technology change order, those would be past me.
But,
So
but
to
let's
answer-
narrow it down real quick. Those were not on here. The change orders was not added this amount.
Those are
So
separate.
That has nothing to
I'm-
do with what we're doing
And,
today.
and I'm agreeing with you. I'm pushing
Okay?
that to the side.
So let's
and-
don't
and
even
I'm-
talk
and I'm-
about
and
that.
I'm answering on.
So let's don't talk about that. Let's go
Yes,
to-
sir. So
let's go
that's
to
why I'm
this.
trying to answer your question. Two separate sets of change orders. These are relevant. The other change orders, while I was on the project, were performed, non-disputed, were performed satisfactorily. They were paid for, and you're right, they're not listed. That's why they're accurate. So it actually supports my argument and pushes further into a deficit, because I paid for those things and we're not paid. And I'll give you, we don't have to speculate. I'll give you an example, because we mentioned documentation. I can actually use their documentation to prove this. 104
Again,
reflect.
this is taking way too long. What my point is,
I do have documentation. You asked me for documentation, and I can prove it with their documentation.
Where
I would
is
just
it?
like the opportunity.
Where's
Mr.
it at? Where is
Lacoste,
it?
in an effort to assist, you said that your documentation is kind of being held, and that you have litigation. If
Those
you
are-
can provide information in regard to that case, maybe the county attorney can assist you and say, yes, there is litigation
but
in
we're-
regard to this.
We're conflating items now. That was referring to a different counterpart, a different argument. What I'm using is documents we have. We've been presented those documents today, and I can utilize those to make this point.
Why don't we do this again in the interest of time? We're here to do a restitution hearing.
And this is
You're-
directly
hold on, let me
reflecting
finish.
restitution.
You're saying that you have more evidence that you can provide.
It's already been provided today. That's what I'm saying.
But today doesn't give us the opportunity to look at it. You had ample opportunity, I believe, to
It's-
provide this to us as it came, as you
it's-
became aware of it, but we don't have it in front of us, correct?
You do. You do. That's
Your
what I'm trying to explain.
Where is your documentation?
They've provided, I'm arguing off their own documents.
But they've provided something for us that we can look at physically. You're giving us what you're saying. There's no documentation we can present to
I'm
the
not.
attorneys, and they're saying, hey, can you add this to the file?
I'm reciting their own figures is what I'm trying to do.
But again, you're reciting by verbally telling us. We just don't have any documentation, not a copy of the change orders, right? We don't have that. We don't have nothing from a subcontractor.
I'm not referring to the change orders, sir.
Yeah, nothing coming from a
I'm not
subcontractor
referring to
stating
the
the
change
obvious.
orders. If you have the documentation from them, you don't need the documentation from me. I don't mean to sound argumentative, but that's what I'm trying to explain. These are, I think we're
This is a
conflating two
list
different
of
items.
what they spent.
Yes, what I'm referring to is with the escalations, not the change orders, two separate issues there. With the escalations, they mentioned themselves that, okay, 104,000 reflects 25%.
Jesse, can I interrupt you and say, that has nothing to do with this?
It absolutely does.
No, sir.
It
No,
costs
sir.
It does
$400,000
not.
to finish this
That
project.
is in addition. You're missing our point. You're missing, if you'll listen, just listen and don't talk. Don't let your brain think. Just listen for a second. We're not talking about change orders, escalations.
Neither am I.
No, you didn't even listen. You automatically opened up. Listen, you're just not talking about change orders and escalation. This is talking about what's already here right now. Draws you've already received. Okay, not any ups, downs, what's already been here, what's already been paid out, and then the extras that they've had to pay for guys that didn't get paid, et cetera, and those things happen. So what we're looking at today has nothing to do with your part there. The documentation we're asking and looking for is to document your part of what was paid. And you're not able to do that because the files are wherever they're at in cyberspace, wherever they're at.
Are escalation clauses not relevant to the contract, even though they're in there and they're
It
approved by
would be
both parties?
if that was added to this, but we're not adding to that. This
Well, they
is
were,
just-
it's just not presented.
Again, you're not paying attention to what I'm saying.
I do. I believe there's a point past that we're
Respectfully
not
tell you,
considering.
you're not paying attention to what we're saying.
No, I am. I've completely analyzed it, but I'm never able to fully make my point to get us past what we're hung up on. What was that total cost? Can you share that total cost of the new builder?
$293,835
That
No, it's
was
400,000.
actually the total cost.
for the new
For the
builder.
new contractor.
That's what he asked.
Okay, yes. So, in total, the entire build, what did it take to complete this build? That number was given earlier. It was right around the 400,000 mark, I believe. What was paid to me plus the new contractor?
You have to come to the mic.
I have to refinance for the estimated cost to finish, 293,000, whatever. Another 100. The bank says I also know I have to refinance and pay, take out a loan for 393,000 and what something.
So roughly, that's the point I was making, sir, with escalations. So that would have been my same cost. That contractor is no different from me, so it would have escalated on me as well. So that house cost $400,000 to build regardless. So what I'm saying is the difference is there is 104 reflects approximately 25%, but I've completed past 50 to 60%. So these values, they don't add up.
Do you have an?
There's
do you have-
escalations not being, and that's not by, I don't need any extra documentation to prove that point. That is by the client and the lender's documentation. It would have cost me to build the same thing.
Do we have a number? Do we have a number?
We have a number, what was that number we calculated?
$150,000, $150,870.93.
Say that number again?
So, Mr. Lister, that was answering your question earlier when we started about it being front-loaded, and I said that's inaccurate. No, sir, I paid much more than I was paid myself due to COVID, due to bridge closures, due to a number of things, due to Hurricane Sally, a number of things. It did not work out that way, and I actually paid much more than I was paid. And I would have, with my escalations that I did discuss with the bank, were already in motion and were never paid to me, I would have been around the same total. That's why I wanted to create that relevance in that argument there. That's just not being regarded.
There's a motion for, I'll make a motion for $150,870.93 for the restitution with an opportunity for Mr. Lacoste to come back with the evidence and dispute it if the proper evidence and the board will consider it.
Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made, second. Any discussion? Being none.
You may want to put a time limit on that because you don't want to leave your jurisdiction over restitution open unlimited.
30 days?
Until our next meeting?
How long would it take to get, you don't know?
I would argue that that's unreasonable because I have an ongoing situation that I don't have control over
Okay.
with the
Well-
civil
We
courts.
can't justify that.
Can we amend the?
So just
the
so you know,
motion
I
for
believe
30
we
days?
started with
I understand,
Mr.
but I can't control the civil courts.
Mr.
either.
Lacoste,
If we
would
can-
you please keep your mouth shut while we're communicating up here to the board?
If we
Thank
can
you.
amend the motion for 30 days.
Right. Just so you know, the final order has an appeal process in it.
Yes.
So if he wants to appeal
Correct.
if he wants to appeal it, he can file his notice of appeal and go with it that way. So you don't necessarily have to retain jurisdiction. You can just order it and he can file his appeal and go on
Okay.
up to the court.
Okay, so let's do that.
Let's do
So we'll
that.
make a motion for
Well, you
restitution for $105,870.93.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion is restitution of $150,870.93 is approved for consideration.
So what will happen, Mr. Lacoste, is a letter will, a notice, the final order will come out to you, and then you can appeal that final order on the restitution.
Understood. Thank
Okay.
you, Board.
That will
A quick
give you an
question for
opportunity to
Mr.
come back.
Patel, you mentioned the opportunity to bring forth. I just
Mr.
wanted clarity on
Lacoste,
that.
we have to move on. Yeah, the appeal would go to the Board of County Commissioners.
Well, I had a question based on.
It does not
what
come
they
back
just
to us, it
judged.
goes to the county.
For
Am
the
I able
appeal.
to ask a question?
That's up to the board, so.
I just had a question on your statement. You mentioned, I just wanted clarity so I understood. You mentioned bringing forth the evidence. What I was basing this on was,
Well,
Those straws. Would that count
I'm
as
sorry,
evidence?
but this room has to be turned over somewhere else. You can have discussion afterwards if you like with the
That's what the
county.
appeal process is for, so you
Yeah,
have the
understood.
opportunity to go ahead and bring whatever you've
But
got
we need to move
towards that.
forward.
Yes.
We need to move forward with the rest of the meeting.
Right, your civil attorney that's handling those cases, that's trying to get your paperwork for you, he'll be able to explain the appeal process to you as well.
Now then, item 9.2.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This item has to do with Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001, contractor competency board complaint number 2209167 COM. It's in regard to Christopher Glaze, homeowner complainant at 2451 Brook Park Road, Pensacola, Florida 32534. This restitution hearing is centered around a disciplinary hearing that occurred at our last meeting. Mr. Glaze was not present, and at that time, there was no determination made, or if the determination was made, it was not what he thought it would be. He said that he had made a statement in the previous probable cause hearing as to what he was requesting, and at that time, since he was not here, we only had the documentation that was presented to go upon whenever you made a decision. Mr. Glaze is not present today, however, he did provide to you, he sent it in last night, so I have copies for you, some supporting documentation for his request. Christie's gonna hand you each a copy. And it's an email. He's apologizing for not being able to make it today. Something came up and he could not make it. And then his request goes on to ask for $53,650 in restitution.
I make a motion, we add this to evidence.
Motion made, seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move the documentation received today into evidence is approved.
Included with this email from Mr. Glaze are some pictures to document the current status at his home.
So the request is for 53,650? Am I reading? that?
53,650 is the request.
That is the request within the email, yes, sir.
I make a motion, we approve restitution in the amount of 53,650.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve $53,650 in restitution for Mr. Glaze complaint is approved.
And I believe I stated it earlier, but just to make sure, neither party is present for this hearing.
Okay, now then we go to item 10.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Item 10 is also Matthew S. Banks, doing business as Banks Construction LLC, state registered license number RR 282812001, contractor competency board complaint number 2211207 COM. It's in regard to Eric and Angela Luttrell, the homeowner complainants at 4440 Cedar Brook Court, Pensacola, Florida 32526. It's my understanding neither party is present, correct, Melissa?
That's correct. They emailed me this information last night.
Okay. So just a reminder, this is disciplinary hearing, so I'm going to request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing that we had on December 7th be moved into evidence.
So moved.
So moved. Second?
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, The motion to move all available documentation into evidence is approved.
And then also, Christie is passing out some additional documentation that we received yesterday. Did not make the cutoff for the agenda, but we would request that that be moved into evidence.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to approve the additional documentation into evidence is approved.
I'm just gonna go ahead and pull up the administrative complaint. At the December 7th, 2022, probable cause hearing, the board determined that there was probable cause to believe that the respondent violated Code Section 1837 C11, Code Section 1837 D4, and Code Section 1837 D9J. We can take these violations one by one. At the previous hearing, when neither party was present, the board would make a motion in regard to all counts and then make a determination on their disciplinary action after that. It is up to your discretion.
Do we need to read each complaint into the minutes, or can we just use this document as a record?
Could we have a
I've
motion to
read
approve
the-
to find guilty all counts?
I've already read those code violations into the record, so.
Like I said, the motion could be to approve guilty all 4 counts or all total counts,
I'll make the motion to approve guilty for all 4 counts.
and then go back to penalty.
Second.
It's only 3 counts.
Huh?
It's only 3
Oh,
counts,
well, 3
right?
counts, whatever the number is.
Change the motion.
Sorry.
To approve the
Is
guilty in all 3 counts.
motion-
Second.
Is the motion made and seconded? Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion's approved. Guilty on all count 1, 2, and 3.
Make a motion as to count 1 that we let the fine of $5,000 be assessed.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Count 1, $5,000 fine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion is approved for $5,000 fine, count 1.
As to count 2, I make a recommendation for a $5,000 fine and suspension or revocation of
License.
license
So it's
Second.
5,000 in revocation?
and revocation.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none. Count 2, penalty is $5,000 fine and revocation of license.
Make a motion as to count 3 for fine for repeat violation of $1,000.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none. Count 3, fine is $1,000 and is approved.
At this time, you all need to make a recommendation to the CILB.
Recommended all documentation be turned into the CILB concerning this case,
And recommend about revocation.
and recommend the revocation of license. Revocation.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none, the recommendation to the CILB of revocation of license and all documentation relative to this complaint.
And I believe Christie passed out to you a document from the Luttrells that, and at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see total request for restitution in the amount of $143,441.20.
We'll have to vote on that restitution.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve restitution for the amount of $143,441.20.
Go ahead.
I have a question for legal. Does this, Ms. Christie, is it okay if we do this without proper notice?
It is included within their administrative complaint and
For the
proper
restoration it
notice.
is, so we don't,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
As long as it was in the notice, and we could pull that up and take a look, but she certainly knows because she sends out the notice.
Okay, as long as I didn't, gives them,
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
No, we can approve the restitution. We have a motion?
Can we get a second?
Motion made and seconded.
Now, if we need any further discussion on it, I was trying to get it
Yeah,
going.
any
Thank-
further
No, you're good.
discussion on it?
No, you're good.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Being none. Motion to approve restitution in the amount of $143,000, $143,441.20 is approved for the Competency Board Complaint 2211207 COM.
And that concludes that hearing. The next item, item 2, is Jesse W. Lacoste doing business as Lacoste Construction Group LLC, state registered license number RG 291103980, contractor competency complaint number 2211210 COM. It's in regard to James and Joan Mitchell, the homeowner complainants at 1022 Bucyrus Lane, Pensacola, Florida 32533. Proper notice was sent to the respondent. I believe I see Mr. Mitchell is present today. Are you going to provide testimony for this case today? Okay, and Mr. Lacoste is still present. Are you going to provide testimony today? Thank you. At this time, I'm going to have both parties sworn in. I assume Mr. Lacoste needs to be sworn in again. Okay, thank you. If you could please both stand and be sworn in. And just a reminder, Ms. Reber was previously sworn if she has to provide any information.
Someone's read a testimony about the kid today, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
Staff would request that the backup documentation and testimony provided at the probable cause hearing on December 7th, 2022 be moved into evidence.
Motion to move to evidence.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move all applicable documentation into evidence is approved.
And Ms. Reber, did we receive any additional documentation after that hearing?
No, I have not.
Oh, all right. So just a refresher, the items that we're going to be reviewing today are Escambia County Code Section 1837 C11 and Code Section 1837 D4. Mr. Mitchell, if you'd like to come to the podium and address anything in regard to those code violations?
That's okay, get them up there, we can read it to them.
I'm going to bring them up. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, Code Section 1837 C11 is a finding that the contractor is guilty of fraud or deceit or gross negligence, incompetency, or misconduct in the practice of contracting. And then Code Section 1837 D4 is a violation of any state or local building codes or laws. And so 1837 C11 is because he accepted funds for your contracted project. He failed to perform any work beyond land clearing, failed to pay subcontractors with provided funds, and failed to reimburse you any excess funds. And then the 1837 D4 is failure to obtain the required permitting for the new construction project. Okay.
Really, all of that?
Yes, sir, it was a mouthful.
Well, I wasn't expecting all of that. I didn't realize all that was there. I probably should have read the documentation that probably came to my house that spelled all that out. To the question of fraud, I would say definitely not. I would not attest to him committing fraud or the intent to commit fraud. To the not repaying us based on the monies we paid him, we hadn't gotten that far in our situation because Up until the point the decision was made by whoever makes it to suspend his license, he continued to work diligently to try to earn the money he received from myself and the bank. The reason we placed the complaint the day we were here is because there seemed to be no other resolution for us to continue on to build our house. So we really didn't know which way to go or how we was going to get this done. The suggestion was made that, well, the starting point is to file a complaint here with the board and to spell out all the funds that we've expended and as a means for us to recover those funds if there was no other way for us to continue on with Jesse Lacoste and with a suspended license. Obviously, there was no way for us to continue with him. Some information had come forth later that the other thing is, I guess I should, for the record, is all contracts are still in place. They have not ended. The contract we have with the bank is still in place and active. They want to see it ended, but it hasn't ended yet. The contract I have with Jesse Lacoste is still in place. The only reason no more work has been continued is because his license was suspended. During the time it wasn't suspended, once that was brought up earlier today, early on when all this started for me and my wife, we get a notice in the news that said that he's in jail for spanking his kids. There for 2 months, so obviously he can't perform on a job while he's sitting in jail. So I was asked by the bank back then, well, what do you want to do? You want to void his contract and because he can't perform? I said, well, not if he resolves his personal situation and can get back out here and continue to work. As soon as he was jumping forward in the interest of time, as soon as he was released from jail, the first thing he did, regardless of whatever he did with anyone else he had contracts with, the first thing he did was come to see us, and he hit the ground running, trying to make up for lost time. While he was able to work, he continually worked on our property, and myself and my wife's goal, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn for my wife, but was that he at least finish earning the money he received from myself and the bank through the first phase, which was the foundation. But we got so far, there were, extenuating other things happened where, either a sub he hired did so much work and then they walked off, or we got so far into it and it just wasn't moving as quickly as we would like. So the land has been finished. We started with a design, this is a design build contract. So part of that time is spent, you're familiar with design build, I do it every day for a living, is you have to go through a design phase. That takes time. It doesn't happen in a week. My projects, as large as they are, take 3 months on an average to complete before you even start with the next phase, the construction phase. Part of what we received the loan for was to address that. It would be easy for me to say he didn't do anything, you've had a year to complete this job, and all I have is a halfway cleared lot. That would be not fair, and it would be an exaggeration and not true. If you consider everything that's gone on. I can't speak for other people's contracts and what they've done or haven't done. I know that for ours, pointedly, specifically, everything that Jesse told us he was going to do, he did. We spoke
Can I-
every day.
Can I ask a question, try to
Sure.
narrow this down? So the complaint at the probable cause hearing that did you testify to that complaint at the probable cause hearing?
No, I didn't know what was going to end up being shared today.
No, I mean
we
the
were
first
here.
one. The first one.
Yes, no, well,
The probable cause hearing.
Probable cause hearing, which occurred before.
For, just,
yes, yes.
hold on, just for the record, yes, there was testimony that was, that's now in the agenda for today's board meeting from the, on these
Right.
cases.
Yeah, I'm just,
On
I'm
this
just,
case.
so the testimony then, there was testimony that the count one,
Fraud?
yes.
No, it doesn't
No.
say just fraud.
What is,
It does not say just
well,
fraud.
what does it say, please?
Go to count one, please.
Sure.
Count one says, finding that a contractor is guilty of fraud or deceit or gross negligence, incompetency, or misconduct in the practice of contracting. It's not just
I
fraud.
got you.
So what I'm trying
So-
to get to is you're saying that that's not true.
None of them, in my opinion.
But at the last hearing,
No, I didn't, nothing I said suggested that.
okay.
Nothing I said suggested that. If that's what the board got from what I presented, and I had, if I realized I needed to go back and read, which I should have, read what was, I would have come back before today and not waste everyone's time to speak to that. In my opinion, he made every effort. There was definitely no fraud. There was definitely no, okay. There were a number of change orders, and I believe maybe some of that was the amount of change orders. There was a question for us.
So are you asking us to dismiss count one because you don't agree with the count?
Yeah, sure, yes, most definitely.
I just want to clarify, Mr. and Mrs. Mitchell both testified during the last hearing, and I believe that Mr. Mitchell needs to be aware of what he said in the last hearing.
Yes.
He can certainly withdraw his complaint as to count one, but that is the only count that would involve any type of restitution, because the next count is, the failure to get the permits. So there's no restitution that's related to failure to get permits. So just to make sure that everyone's aware, that's where, because I know we noticed today for both, he just needs to be aware. He did give testimony previously, so did his wife, and they were both sworn in at the time. So he may want to review that before he makes any more statements, since he's also sworn in today. And then in addition to that, that would be a good opportunity for him to decide what he wants to do with that count one, based on his review.
And keep in mind, Board, it wasn't Mr. Mitchell that determined these counts. Based on the testimony and evidence provided during the probable cause hearing, you determined that there was some action in regard to that count.
Agreed.
So it wouldn't be that Mr. Mitchell said, hey, this is what I want you to review. It was that the board reviewed this, and they determined that one of those items occurred.
But it was based off the.
Based on what I said,
Based on what
based
was
on what
said.
my wife and myself said.
Correct.
So how we came across gave you that impression. Yes.
Mr. Mitchell, if I remember correctly, you're military background or something, or did I remember that correctly?
I'm retired Air Force,
That's
but
what
I'm
it was.
also,
That's what
what I shared it then and I am now, and my boss has been calling me today about, I'm an electrical engineer and a design and construction project manager over multi-million-dollar
Right, I remember that. And I was getting to a point with that.
Yes.
There's a lot of emotions involved when you've paid somebody a lot of money
Yes.
and you feel like, your dream home. I remember y'all talking about your dream
We
home.
still feel that way.
And it's, you see it laying on the side of the road type thing. So, I mean, that no doubt brings up, we have to, up here, try to decipher between emotional items and factuals.
Gotcha.
And so I understand whether or not you feel like there was a lot of intentional fraud conducted and the emotions that went with that last meeting because you were distressed, versus the reality. But
Right.
the reality still comes back to that things that was to be done was not completed. And license, the registered license, but I think Mr. Claus also has a state license which hadn't been revoked yet. From what I understand, I'm not, this is the registered part right here. But, you know, I would call it the ability to continue to work wasn't what brought you here that day. It was what was already done. You see what I'm saying? So what got us to the point of putting these things in place was not the fact that he's not able to do anything for the last however many months now, but up to that point, it was tried to be done, and it was not done
That's the way
before the
y'all-
license was
That's the way
revoked.
y'all heard it.
Well, that's what that was the proof that you gave us, because we wouldn't have just, we wouldn't have just randomly pulled it from a
Well,
tree.
As the lawyer just stated, I would need to go back and read what I wrote and what we verbally said and what's in writing.
Right.
To see how it would come across that way to you. Because we were there because there was no way forward with this contractor because of the suspension.
Jennifer, pull up
That's the
count
reason
one,
we were there.
count one.
But I'm, okay,
Whatever I said and whatever my wife said that day,
and I wish it could all be worked out. God knows, man, for
Well,
everybody's,
on
that benefit, no joke.
Should,
on
can
that
we
note, we-
move this to the next meeting?
If we could, I believe that he wanted to finish letting you know something.
Okay.
Okay.
on that note of, I wish there was a way for us to go forward, something that we learned after the fact, later, that Mr. Lacoste is working on, and his insurance cert came through today. You should have it now. So if he is able to utilize his state license to keep working, then, as I told numerous people over this time frame, I have one concern, one interest only. Your house. Build my house. He has demonstrated in the time I've worked with him, and I've had a lot of years in this business, that he is competent, capable, and has kept his word. I've worked with a lot of contractors, and some are really bad because they don't keep their word. They don't do what they say they're going to do. As long as he has the opportunity to do what he needs to do, then I trust, and he can't get any more money on the draw until he completes that phase. Now, if in some way he doesn't follow through, then I'll be back here, because business is business, and I have one interest: build my house. And that's it. And if we can be friends all day, but if the business can't get done, then it can't get done. That's the reason we're here.
Well, we understand your position. I say we, but I understand your position. But, you know, again, as mentioned, we're looking at what was provided to us.
Right.
So again, in the interest of time, and I can understand if I'm not sitting here, if I'm out there and if I've got a general contractor building a house, things happen. If we go back and we come to a resolution, you want to pull back what was said in order for the GC to finish off the job. So your priority is your house, and right now you're in a position where you and Mr. Lacoste are working together to try to get your house finished. So you're in a vulnerable position. You're like, what do I do? Do I nail this guy's coffin shut, or do I continue?
I am not trying to pull back what I said.
Understood.
Your interpretation of what I
Understood,
said.
understood. It's my interpretation,
There
not
it
yours,
is.
my interpretation from what I've heard.
Okay.
So we understand that, but right now, what we need to do is make a decision. Do we extend it? Do you want to go back and review what you said, you know, that the court reporter wrote down, so that way you're aware of the statements that you've made? So you can properly address us back and do it correctly, where it doesn't impact you in any shape, way, or form? I mean, that's the recommendation.
If I need to change what I said or explain what it said so you understand it, because I said it properly the first time. But from your perspective, the way you heard it, I only know that now.
Okay. So what direction can we go if legal can advise us on this? So,
You can give him the opportunity to review that. You have the evidence in front of you to make your decision as to these counts, or you can give him the opportunity and come back and make that decision later. Then your other option is on count 2. That's evidence that would be outside of anything that he gave you. You already have that evidence from Ms. Reber, and you could certainly resolve that issue today if you wanted to. You don't have to, you could come back on this, on the first count if you wanted to go ahead and resolve count 2.
Can you scroll it up a little bit so we can read count 2? Okay, yeah,
Count 2, codes, has to do with codes.
gotcha.
He could be found guilty of count 2 without having anything to do with count 1.
So if you wanted to give a continuance as to count 1, and of course, Mr. Lacoste is present, he may want to be heard on this as well. And then that would also give you the opportunity to go back and look at the statements that were made
And
on count 1.
ma'am, I'm sure any of y'all will be available, but you can highlight to me potentially what I said that would have been interpreted the way it was.
That's,
Because
you can just pull the, you can see, what you can do is go back to, the transcript is online. That's not it, but if you go to the board meetings for today, that they've already, when they approved the board meetings from last time, she's scrolling up to the page. And so see right there where it has the, and that's a full transcript of the hearing. So you could go through that and review it yourself, but we don't make findings of fact for it like that.
I understand. I'll do the best I can to clarify what our intent was. I'm sharing that today with you. For our purpose, the only resolution seemed to be that he's not allowed to build. I need to recover the funds that we've extended. Why he wasn't allowed to build, somebody made a decision to suspend his license, so,
The board made the decision to revoke his license based on the fact that several complaints came to this board, and he made no effort to remedy those complaints. And those complaints were not appealed. So that was what they based their decision on. That's also in the public record.
Regardless what happens, Mr. Lacoste, license has been suspended in Escambia County. It has nothing to do with
The
just you.
terminology is actually permanently revoked,
It's permanently revoked.
not suspended. Suspension gives them the ability to get that license back.
Well,
that's new to me today too. I thought it was suspended.
no, it's permanently revoked. Permanently revoked.
The registered license,
Yeah.
No, Escambia County.
registered license.
Yes.
Not the state certified
Yeah.
license.
That's still being considered by the state.
Understand.
Okay.
I think.
Now then, let's move on forward with, we're gonna,
Mr. Lacoste is present,
Okay.
and I believe he wants to speak. Yes, Mr. Lacoste, if you want to come forward.
I just wanted to add a couple of things. So first one, I'm not gonna come up here and argue against. I did want to add, I almost got a bit emotional in the back of the room. I've been called a lot of things this year. I've conducted business and been a builder for most of it for the last decade. Matter of fact, this month makes 11 years. And had nothing but beautiful relationships all along the Gulf Coast, and was touted as something pretty good to work with for a long time, and had nothing but positive interactions. And this year, I've had my entire life stripped from me, and I've continued to be that same person I am while being called everything you can imagine, receiving death threats and all of those things. And I do want to keep this short and relevant. I've been told by the same complainants, the same things that you just heard from Mr. Mitchell, again and again and again and again in private conversations. And I've also had them turn around and tell me that they were afraid to admit that in front of this board because they didn't want it to affect their restitution. And that's why so many of them, the Mosses and some others come to mind, they really didn't have much to say. It was, yes, that's the case of facts, and they kind of stood here silently.
We can't go back and rehash those.
I understand.
Okay, so we just
wanna-
gotta worry about what we got right here, right now.
I wanted to be clear that a lot of those
Let's
are the same
just
complainants.
right here, right now. Let's, the history, let's, if we can, move forward and get this taken care of. We have a limited amount of time. and we
I
need to get
understand.
this
Well,
done.
I found it directly relevant because something that Mr. Matthews had mentioned to Mr. Mitchell about us how we got to that point. Those were the
that-
same
but-
complainants that led us to the revocation in the first place.
But that's been done, and that hasn't been appealed yet. So we're going with what was done. So we need to concentrate on this, what we have in front of us. So what I would propose as to count one would be to push this to the next meeting, and if there's anything to be provided at that meeting to support either approval or dismissal of this count, we'll consider it at that time. And we can move on to count two if somebody wants to make a recommendation as to that. But my motion is to move, as to count one, is to move it to the next meeting.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion to move count one's consideration to the next meeting of the comp board is approved. We'll now move to count two.
I'll let somebody else.
As to count two, you've already had testimony from Melissa Reba regarding count two. However,
I was just gonna let somebody else make
I
that
was just
motion.
gonna let you know that also that Mr. Lacoste may want to make a comment as to why the evidence has, that's been presented is that the permits weren't pulled.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to violate state and local codes of law. Fine of repeat violation, 5,000, and revocation of license.
What I was explaining,
Wait a minute.
We need to,
there's a point of order.
Correct.
He needs to have the opportunity to be heard before that motion can be entered.
My understanding is that was for the clearing. I just want to make sure that I do have that correct.
No, it was no building permits obtained for the construction process, which would have been required within a certain time frame after the initial contract, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
And then the land clearing, per the LDC, can't occur until you have your applicable building permits.
Yes, okay, and I was actually gonna explain that, so I appreciate that. So now that I have clarity, yes, this would, that would make that statute relevant. I know I've touted that statute in front of this board before. There's a subsection 2B and 2C. Both of those in two different ways describe this exact scenario, and they basically negate the original statute of the timeline there, the 30-day window, because it, as Mr. Mitchell explained, it's a design-build project. There was never intention that. Also, the secondary to that is there was no 30-day notice. There was never a 30-day notice because Mr. Mitchell was not upset about that because it was never an expectation that was contracted to begin with. So that voids that.
We got legal.
So I believe that he's referencing Florida Statute 489-126. That's not what's cited here, it's actually county code.
This is county code.
Not state.
That's why I was fixed to ask.
Which would fall under the same scenarios. I can't pull a permit if I don't have a set of plans, and a set of plans that we've gone to umpteen revisions.
Mr. Claus, if I'm not mistaken, and council can tell you, if over 10% was received, then automatically you have to pull a permit within 30 days. There's really no exclusion that says, oh, by the way, we got no plans. In other words, you shouldn't have received that amount of money until you had those plans ready to do. That could be argued back and forth, but to get that much money over the 10%, you have to, by law, within 30 days, apply for a permit. It don't matter, if you didn't have the plans when you signed the contract, then you should not have took the money until you knew you were in that window, because automatically you become, from what our
Subject.
law is here, you're subject to the law. And we don't have any, we can't change that law. That's county record, that's not us here.
I agree with your stance, but factually, that is wrong.
How's it factually
How's it
wrong when I
wrong?
just
Well,
got through telling you?
Two different ways. I only received 2.3% approximately, and you said there's nothing that goes against that. There's two subsections that I cited.
So how'd you
do refute
receive
that.
$110,000 from the owner and $147,000 from the bank on this job, according to the documentation that was presented to us? I'm reading it right here. Plus, they paid you an additional $26,000 in change orders to clear this property, and you still didn't have a permit during that time. So it was past 30 days when you received 257,000 plus the 26,000. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just saying you've received well over 10%. It's a fact, Mr. Claus. It's just a fact. You received
If
more
you
than.
include bank draws, I was referring to the
But
original
it don't
on the
matter.
contract.
It don't matter. But the law says you receive more than 10% of the contract amount. You can get it from manna from heaven. I shouldn't say that. You can get it from anything, and it don't matter where the source is, bank or individual. The wording is 10% of contract amount. So when you superseded that, your 30-day window was there, and then from there, we can't control that. You're guilty of this based on receiving that much money and not having a permit within 30 days. And it's in the story.
Yes. But the statute subsections negate what you're saying.
But
It's
no, it
not law.
doesn't,
No, it
Mr.
doesn't.
Claus. Mr. Claus, it does not. Our counsel can tell you, the law will tell you, it does not.
I wholeheartely disagree. It certainly in black and white does.
Okay.
Can we have council review?
Yeah,
that?
well, they've already said it. I mean, they just, it is 10% of it, and there's no window that says unless conditions A, B, or C exist.
There are though. You are reciting, and I agree with you, you're reciting the core statute. There are subsections to that statute that cover my scenarios and that make the original statute null and void. I've described that in front of this board before and it's been ignored. And now we have testimony from the client.
You can't prove, I mean, you said this words, but we've never been shown these statutes. You've never presented them to us. You just say something, but there's no backing to what you're saying. And I don't mean to be rude by my comment. I'm just saying there's no backing to it. So we can't take your word without what we have for the word. And what we have is the
codes.
county ordinances, the code here.
He can appeal any ruling we make.
Yeah, you can appeal it with.
So we can't sit there and argue law back and forth.
But I disagree with this, and I know you said no, that was my direct evidence as far as my documentation. This would be separate from that because that is a statute, that's a law that can be pulled up by council. And what I argued that off of were documents that were submitted, the date of the contract, the date of the approvals of the plans, those things were issued, and I did argue those dates. Those clients actually gave reference points, and we finished our plans this date. And that argued towards my favor, it just wasn't acknowledged or understood.
Again, it's past the 30 days. That's all that the council, can you clarify this for us, Ms. Jennifer?
If you'd like, I can clarify. We did not reference 489-126-2A-1B, which is what he's speaking of. We didn't reference a time frame. We didn't reference any of that. What we referenced here is the failure to obtain the required permitting for the project. In this case, he started the project prior to obtaining the permit by doing some land clearing, and so he did not get the permit for the contracted project.
And that's all it's for.
And in practice, and if there's a technicality and I'm wrong, I am wrong. I'm not gonna argue on something. I know I've been very strongly opinionated about certain things. I'm not gonna argue something that I know is wrong. If there's a technicality there, that's the way it's supposed to be. In history, in practice, I have never been made to pull a permit. That's always been under my building permit. I've always been able to do that clearing first because it's always been in plan review and it's been under that building permit. So that's
Correct,
never
and
been
had you
enforced.
submitted something, plans to plan review, you would have been able to proceed with land clearing.
And that has
That
been
hadn't
done.
been done.
That has been done. That absolutely has been done.
No.
At completion of the original revision, our team 100% always performs that. That goes in front of.
Evidence doesn't say that.
Again, you're saying has been done. It may have been done. Was it done prior to the land clearing? I think that's.
Yes, that would have been prior to my personal situation.
County record says you didn't, what they're saying.
We don't have anything on that project. That's what I'm.
Again, Ms. Claus, all we have to do is just the facts, and the facts are, we do not have any documentation for the permit.
You wouldn't necessarily have that, Mr. Lister, because
Then you don't even have any evidence of the plan.
Mr. Lacoste, just to try and
have
be
the plans.
clear, if in your response, if you would have said to me, there's plans in that plan room, you know, I could have entered that and taken all of that into consideration, but you didn't respond telling
Well-
me you're basing it off your plans,
Within your
And I didn't
investiga-
understand that that was the,
Time out.
You
Okay.
should, you're a
Within your
contractor.
investigation, a
That's not what I'm
review
referring
of
to,
the
Mr.
permitting
Chairman.
records
That's-
resulted in no permits being obtained.
That's correct.
Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of education on how it works whenever we receive a request or an application for new single-family dwelling. They come into our building, they go to planning and zoning, a PLU, land use approval, is issued, and then they come across to permitting, and we intake a set of plans. At that time, it receives a permit number. Even though it is not issued at that time, because it's gonna go to plan review and be reviewed, we still have documentation that supports that Mr. Lacoste would have submitted something and it's under review. We do not have that.
All right, can we continue with count two?
If you want to restate your motion.
Scroll up, please. Scroll up, please.
It's there.
Yeah, so, make a motion for count two, Escambia County Code Section 18-37, D4, violation for the amount of $5,000 and revocation of license.
That's not. Motion's made and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion for guilty code count number 2 with a $5,000 fine and revocation of license is approved. And we need to report to the,
So at this time, yeah, you can go ahead and discuss your recommendation to the CILB. You haven't made a determination on count 1, but if you needed to change that after you make a determination on count 1, you
we
could
can do that.
amend that.
We can do that.
We, I would, a motion to submit all of the information from this case to the CILB with the recommendation of revocation of license,
Second.
including the fact that it's, number one's extended to next month.
Second.
Did you hear that?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
The motion was to notify the CILB of our finding of guilty and the fine and revocation of license, and to recommend that they revoke his license.
And also, Board, I just wanted to bring something to your attention that Mr. Mitchell was discussing during his testimony. The state certified license and that we are in receipt of some insurances in regard to a possible registration. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Okay.
Do we need to vote?
in my experience, even with other contractors, for a permit issue, I've never even heard of a revocation. I thought it was a quad fee. Is that not typically handled as a quad fee?
So not in this instance. In this instance, you were actually found in violation of state or local building codes or laws, which has that ability within,
We just decided to go straight to revocation.
That-
So, but we, typically that would be handled as a quad fee. In other words, it would usually be, when I pull that permit that I have plans for, that I've done all these things for, and I'm gonna still the permit and build the Mitchell's home. So when I do that, you would just apply a quad fee to it. You would
So
just
I think
quadruple
what
the
you're
price.
referencing, Mr. Lacoste, is when we have an unpermitted situation and one of our inspectors catches it, they can do a 2 times fee on the permit should it be obtained. That's a little different than it coming to this board and this board making a decision. That's an inspector-driven thing, and this is a board decision, 2 separate things.
Understood, but they still have the ability to do that, and we've decided to go to revocation. I'm just making sure I understand.
We don't have a choice, Mr. Claude. And number two is, this is a repeat offense, so it's kind of hard for you to argue the case once, like this accident. In other words, if you came to us and said, man, this slipped past me, I apologize, and leniency granted, but we've already had, I don't know how many cases.
Well, it
been-
didn't slip. It didn't slip. I've just explained.
I'm
this in
just, I'm
statutes
just
and
using the
it's not been
illustration.
acknowledged, but I
I'm just using the
understand.
illustration that,
We've got 15 minutes
Okay.
to vacate the room.
Yeah, we
So
rush-
we can,
rush
this
in.
is, can be taken up in appeal, so.
So Mr. Lacoste, is it your intent to obtain the permits?
It is. It is.
Okay, so you know to do that, you would need to attempt to register your state certified license with us. And that's what I was addressing with the board earlier. So if it's your intent to obtain the permits, then you would need to get your registration to
Yes,
us.
I've been working with Melissa on
Yes, go
that
ahead and make-
exact
make
subject.
it.
The board,
Yes,
so what
yes,
she's
yes.
trying to make sure you understand is that, I believe there was a discussion previously with,
In
the.
previous hearings.
Yeah.
And there's been a discussion with DBPR regarding whether or not the county has to accept that state license.
Yeah, part of
Um,
what, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, I'd like to hear your
Yeah,
law.
I was going to add to that is, yes, part of what affected a lot of these projects, if you recall, I may have mentioned the Mitchells by name. There was a list of clients that I said this was going to affect. Because I was told at that time, at multiple occasions, that I would not be able to use my state license. And we found later that that's not been the case. That advice from the board has actually caused more failed projects, me being told that I cannot perform. And I've had to tell those clients that I'm sorry, their hands are tied, there's nothing I can do. When legally I was able to do that.
But that,
if I could ask a question, and if I'm out of place, Miss Christie Council, you can, you could kick me here real quick, but I don't understand how that all of this hundreds of thousands of dollars that have disappeared and whatever your associates and whatever, in other words, your reasoning, we're not looking for that as much as the fact is all this money is gone. How can you even get Mr. Mitchell's place to the level of the next draw when you've told us that there is no money for restitution for anything because outside of you, it was misplaced? What, and again, we don't even want to know.
Understood.
We don't even want to know. All I'm saying is, for you to get a new, it's gonna be hard for me, I'm not gonna speak for anybody, it's gonna be hard for me not to make a resolution here in just a minute that says, Mr. Lacoste is not allowed, we recommend, I don't know if we can, we recommend, and that's what I go to Ms. Christie, what word should I use? That you not be able to pull any more permits until something gets resolved here, because, you know, what's gonna what we can foresee is you finding another client and getting money, and then what if something happens and then they're added to this incredible list here, bro? So
That didn't happen for a decade until this outside catastrophe
but
affected.
it happened. I mean, and it's a snowball. This wasn't one or two. We've had a lot of cases with your name on it. Not anybody. I'm talking about just Lacoste.
Overnight, fall for
No,
the same cause.
but anyway. So my question would be: is the board, Ms. Christie, is the board able to make some type of a recommendation? Do we have any bite with what we can say?
No.
That he can't,
Pull permits.
pull permits in this county? Is that out of our hands? Is that?
Just looking out for you, I was looking to see if there's any requirement that the state puts on the county that requires the county to allow him to pull those permits, when they're in this situation. There hasn't been, and I know that there was a discussion with DBPR that's up to the region, that it's not, DBPR doesn't get involved in that. And it's a regional decision whether or not you would require him to make those payments and bring everything current in order to in order to use his license in this county.
So we don't have any, we can't say anything. It just flags me. Nothing to you personally.
You
It
say
just
we
flags
can't
me.
do that?
It is personal.
That's
I'm
not,
trying to
that's
relate
not
my
what she was
life.
saying.
That's not what she said.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We have the right to do this.
we've already done it.
I was the person that spoke with DBPR, the local office, and they actually spoke with Tallahassee. There is nothing in statute or law that requires a jurisdiction to register a license. That is at the discretion of the jurisdiction. And what Christie was attempting to inform you was that Mr. Lacoste has several final orders issued against him that include restitution, but also fines and fees assessed by Escambia County, which total over $138,000. So it's up to you guys who oversees our licensing our licensing policies and procedures to determine if you want to allow that, knowing that he has all these final orders and owes the county a significant amount of money.
There you go.
I think that already stands based on our previous discussions that we've revoked his license.
That's the
You revoked
registered
it, but
license, not the state.
Is
He
We
has
don't-
an option of coming back into the state and pulling permits outside of our, oversight.
But if we've said he can't pull permits in Escambia County,
So, Mr. Bell, just, because I know this gets confusing. Okay, so his local license has been revoked permanently. He cannot obtain permitting with that local license. He does hold a state certified license that he would have to register in each jurisdiction to be able to obtain permits in that jurisdiction. What is being kind of questioned here is this board going to allow for him to obtain permits in this jurisdiction with the history that has occurred?
I would make a motion that we do not allow him to pull permits under the state license.
Can I make a statement before that
No.
goes through?
I'm making a
No.
motion.
I don't
A
have it right
motion's
to-
being made. We have a motion.
That takes my ability to perform.
So if I understand your question, I know you have a motion on the floor. What
I'll
you're
pull
trying
my
to
motion.
determine, so it would, part of the things that you were working with, which was in the count 2, was the ability, was his failure to pull a permit. And I think, can we go to count 2?
Count 2 was failure to pull a permit.
Right. So, under that, whenever there's a violation of the 1837 section, and let me see if I can pull that up on here. 1837 allows for any, do you have 1837 handy?
Not handy.
Okay.
We've largely missed up cause and effect here. A lot of these cases are because of the license situation, because we've gone straight to revocation instead of suspension or smaller fines or any of those things. And now we're gonna compound the issue by continuing to tie my hands, even though
Hey.
I've been,
That has nothing to do with what we're considering right now.
it's
Absolutely
completely
not.
relevant. It's directly related. It's my ability to work, feed my family, feed my household, and perform for this client as well as many others that are waiting to work with me. You've talked to me about accountability and self-accountability. It ties my hands from the ability to do anything about any of this.
And we have that authority.
I'm
That's the
asking you to
reason we
think better of
call
it.
it the Contractor Competency Board.
I respect
When
that,
you
sir.
violate your duties as a contractor, we have the authority to take away your ability to make a living.
We have an obligation, in my opinion, based on what we are sitting here doing for the community, is to make recommendations to protect them as best we can.
A problem was caused with the community because the fellow
No.
that used to sit in that seat was kicked off the board and ran to the news after
You're,
he was
you're,
kicked
you're
off
able to
and
appeal
blew my name
anything
up.
we've done with the county, and that's what I would recommend.
I'm just saying I didn't have an issue until then. He was kicked off the board and went to, Drew Spear went to Channel 3 News and created this issue and scared everyone. That's why, as I mentioned, yes, I have all of these out of nowhere.
Just to correct a statement, because you've made this statement quite a few times, Mr. Dennis was not kicked off the board. His term was up and he was replaced.
And there was
So,
a special meeting involved with the HBA relating to that and getting him. There was a reason behind that. You can put a different reason on paper, but I have other.
Ms. Claus,
proof
you'd be
behind that.
referring to me, and I take that very personal, because there was no special meeting with the HBA involved, period, for me being up here.
No,
That
not
had
with you.
nothing to do
I
with
didn't-
me.
I didn't say anything about you, sir.
Well, you said we'd replace.
If
with-
we could just
especially
get
with
back on
SBA.
track,
getting-
because we
Yeah.
do have a meeting
That
that's
was
coming
removed.
up
Mr.
that we need
Lacoste, would
to,
you please sit down
yes.
and let us
That wasn't
finish our
about you, sir.
business?
That was at Drew Spear. That was removing him, not putting you on the board.
Okay, what'd you find out?
Well, I'd like to pull more law on in this area, but from what I'm looking at, this is a violation, in this code violation, it says failure to pull permits. The penalties that are allowed under that are as listed, the suspension or the revocation. Larger, higher in that than in the 1837, it does allow, the 1837 section allows for additional restrictions. Says yeah, there's a specific section. And there was a specific section within our statute that within our county code that allows you to go beyond just what's here, that allows you to extend beyond that. But I think what you're telling us here is that,
So I think what Christie was trying to find was actually what is in our administrative complaint down at the bottom. And it does speak to those items, and it encompasses many actions that you can take as a board.
Do we have a recommendation from the county?
We have a motion to refuse to grant permitting privileges to state licensed or state registered contractor Jesse Lacoste in the county of in the Escambia County.
what I'm trying to explain is that needs to be, he needs to have been, so that would need to be a part of count 2, of the punishment under count 2, or under your order in this last paragraph, because we have to make sure he's been noticed. So based on the final paragraph, petitioner alleges that the respondent violated the Escambia County Code. This is the order that comes in, sorry. My screen is just, I keep trying to move it with the wrong thing. So knowing that he received this, that's what we had to make sure, is that he had noticed that there was additional things that could be required. That's why I was trying to make sure we had notice to him on that.
That's in the order.
That's in the order.
Therefore, we can preclude him from getting permitting privileges in Escambia County based on his count 2.
The specific language at the bottom of that order is that the board so finds after the noticed disciplinary hearing, respondent is subject to the following penalties pursuant to Florida Statute 489-113 4B. Denial, suspension, or revocation of the authority to obtain a building permit, or authority may be limited to obtain a permit or permits with specific conditions. That's the section you're looking at. So that's why we had to make sure that he was on notice for that section.
Okay, so we don't really have to make any further.
Yes, you
Once
do.
we find count 2 guilty.
Yeah, you still have to.
You would still have to,
No, it's saying alleges,
that's what I'm saying.
so it's already in there, isn't it, in the count?
That this, if I'm not mistaken, this says that we have the ability to add. We
Okay.
didn't add it, but we have the ability to add.
We can still add it.
Right.
I know, that's why I'm looking at
This ain't that difficulty.
it. I know.
This ain't that difficult.
Okay, hold on. So the way the full section reads is this. When a certificate holder, which is Jesse Lacoste, desires to engage in contracting in an area of the state, as a prerequisite therefore, he or she shall be required only to exhibit to the local building official, tax collector, or other person in charge of the issuance of licenses and building permits in the area evidence of holding a current certificate and to pay the fee for the occupational license and building permit required of other persons. Not the subsection B, which is what's in here. Notwithstanding the provisions of paragraph A, a local construction regulation board may deny, suspend, or revoke the authority of a certified contractor to obtain a building permit or limit such authority to obtaining a permit or permits with specific conditions. If the local construction regulation board has found such contractor through the public hearing process to be guilty of fraud or a willful building code violation within the county or municipality that the local construction regulation board represents, or if the local construction regulation board has proof that such contractor through the public hearing process has been found guilty in another county. So then it goes on. So what it's saying to you is that specific language is, did you find him guilty of fraud or a willful building code violation within the county or municipality that the local construction regulation board represents? And we have pushed that count off to next week. Or if the local construction regulation board has proof that such contractor through the public hearing process has been, oh, I'm sorry, I jumped a paragraph, I apologize. So you want to go to the, if the local construction regulation board has found such contractor through the public hearing process, the hearing that we had here today, guilty of willful building code violation within the county or municipality that the local construction regulation board represents. So you could operate under count 2, under that subsection of 489.113.4B, because you have already found that he violated a code.
Yes. And we just add that he is,
A building code violation, which in this case, as it says in count 2, which is required permitting for the new construction project. So you would be saying that that is a building code violation. And based on that, you may want to add to what you've already listed as the fine and the revocation. You may want to add to that under 489.113.4B to address the ability of him to obtain a permit because of today's findings, not any other cases, because we didn't address it in any other cases. But we have, so that's the thing. In today's case, under count 2, you may address that.
okay.
What's the proper language?
Guys, may I beg you not to do that? I'm trying to resolve this. I've made every effort to resolve this. This ties my hand in the ability to do that. I've still performed items that I could do during this process with the design and working in other areas and trying to drum this business.
So the language is held within, as to your question, the language is held within that paragraph. Denial, suspension of revocation of the authority to obtain building permit or authority. So it can be limited
Where am I reading that at?
completely, or it may be limited with specific conditions.
Right, it says specific, right, two lines down, next one, right there. Authority to obtain a building permit or authority may be limited to obtain a permit or permits with specific,
So the.
not less than 1 year or more than 5 years.
Amend the motion to state the following: to obtain a building permit, authority may be limited to obtain a permit or permit specific conditions, license revocation for a period.
But let me slow you down. It's
Yeah.
just that portion.
Yeah.
So it's a question of whether or not you want to allow him to obtain, you want to restrict his ability to obtain any permit, or do you want to allow him to obtain permits with specific conditions? So you're limiting his ability to.
Any permits.
Okay, so your language
Would I
then
be
would
open to
be,
that? I'd be open with, I've actually spoke with Miss Melissa about an opportunity to have a meeting with Mr. Tolbert about working hand in hand and doing whatever I can do to be as transparent as possible to make sure that nothing else can come of this. I would be more than open to working hand in hand
So-
with restrictions or whatever I need to perform my jobs. I'm asking for the ability
Go ahead,
to work and
finish
perform.
so the question, so do you want to deny it, suspend it, or revoke his ability to obtain a building permit?
Revoke the ability to pull a building permit.
Okay, that would be his motion then.
Okay. We have a motion.
Second.
Mr. Lister, Mr. Waters, there's builders on the board. I'm asking you, please speak up.
We have a
I wanna
motion
work. I
and a
wanna work.
second. Is there any discussion?
No.
No,
not the
he's,
same thing?
no, this is the board makes the discussion.
That would be up to the chairperson. If he wanted to have, we always are more open to people being able to say things, but this is not as to his count one, this is as to count two.
This is
So
count
you may
two.
want to limit any comment he has as to count two, because he doesn't want to talk on count one, as we've already discussed. Okay, so we always encourage people and the public to be heard in a situation such as this. If he wants to be heard, that's up to the board.
I have a question. Mr. Lacoste, I've only been on this committee a short time, and quite honestly, I mean, the amount of money is staggering that your partners, whoever, doesn't matter, have taken from people that have no other means in which to replace it. And you're asking us to give you the ability to go out and obtain more contracts with more people to obtain more money. And I feel what you're saying. I get it. You want to figure out a way to have that restitution and be able to prove yourself. And I'm sitting here asking you, just as a common citizen, where in the world do you think you're going to come up with the money just to pay the restitution? I'm sorry, not the restitution, but just the fines alone that have been racked up at this point. Not to mention the fact you're talking about taking money from more people again. We're talking about the elderly that you've taken money from.
I
Where,
haven't taken money from anyone. I understand what you're saying.
But you have.
A lot of
I
this-
understand that you think that you haven't, but the people that you were in business with, however that works, you were. So how in the world do you think that you were going to be able to even begin to save face with anybody?
There's a lot of that not considered like the escalation clause, so it's not that money was taken, nothing performed.
Mr.
But-
Lacoste, you owe the county fines in the tune of,
It's in excess of $138,000 at this point.
if you pay those fines, we wouldn't pull your permit.
I have to figure it out. My faith's not a man,
No,
my faith is
you
in
don't
the
have
Lord.
to figure it out. You've known that for a long time and you haven't done anything about it.
I'm done.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Matthews, I didn't quite catch what you said. There's also restitution due.
I was fixing to say,
I
if,
know, but he just
Just wanna
has
clarify.
fines.
Is
He has
there-
fines.
I'm trying to help.
Mr. Matthews, is there any appetite up here for? I'm
Leniency.
pulling that, I'm lenient, but I'm pulling out 6 months, in other words, suspension for 6 months. I'm just pulling something out of the air here, with the understanding that at the end of that 6 months, the restitutions be paid, the fines be paid. In other words, give him time to pay that. No permits until, like, say, I'm just pulling 6 months, whatever, however much time. And then, but here's the criteria. Not just at 6 months,
I
we
hear
just
what you're
flip
saying.
over.
I hear what you're
Then
saying.
6 months, if all these people, Ms. Mary was mentioning, have been made whole and everything be put back together in 6 months, then I think I would have more appetite for it. But it's hard. I take the personal out of it. Just
We don't want to tie your hands.
we don't want to do that. But at the same time, the track record, as Mary said, the track record here is not favorable for us to give extensions to you because of the, there's people,
Magnitude.
we could line people all over the sidewalk out here to come here and fuss at us today for even thinking about doing this today because of the amount of money you owe them. So how can we feel like,
Much of them are not owed that money. The perceived loss that is there is not there. You gotta,
well, and you can argue that, but the bottom line is, we have ordered restitution for X amount of dollars for money, nothing to do with escalation clauses, money that was taken, work that was not done, here's the balance, and that's how we came up with that.
But
So
it
I'm
was
having a
done.
hard time.
the work was done, is my argument is, the work was done, the
But
value
not-
placed on that work is what's
You-
being argued.
Yeah, we can't argue all this all day.
For the record, the motion that's before the board
The motion
is
is
a
before the
permanent.
board.
So is there any appetite for any kind of leniency, say in other words, he can't pull permits for 6 months, but at the end of 6 months, he has money that must be paid by then. Is there anything?
Would a
If not, I'm
reasonable
with y'all. I'm with
timeframe be
you.
considered?
I'm just trying
okay
to,
with
I'm just trying to throw an olive branch out here.
Guys,
You
wanna
all can't
modify
speak at
your
one time.
Motion to give him a 6-month
Before we,
window with the understanding at the end of 6 months.
before we make a motion, can we just table this for until the next meeting? I mean, the man's waited this long at this point. Another 30 days isn't gonna
But
hurt.
he could pull a permit within the next 30 days.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Can we make a motion that says for the next 30 days, we have 30 more days to talk about this again at the next meeting? He cannot pull a permit in that 30-day time frame.
It'll be February 1st is your next hearing date. Because of how the timing went out, it's going to be less than 30 days.
Okay, so until the next meeting date, so that we can have further time. And Mr. Lacoste, I'm telling you, this is me being lenient. You better figure it out and come back with some answers and not just, I can't find it and it's in the cloud. You either come back with some real hard facts that are gonna persuade us something different, or don't come. Very, very
I
simply.
appreciate
So
that.
there's still
I
a-
do appreciate that.
Excuse me, there's still a motion
Okay,
that's
the
been made
motion-
by Nash Patel, and he has to determine whether or not he wants.
We have to
Well,
amend it.
why don't you say this motion,
So
To
you
be
would need to vote
effective-
on the motion or have him withdraw it?
Let me withdraw the motion.
Okay.
okay, now start all over again.
Okay.
We want him,
So make a motion for count two, for the state to, recommend revocation. And for also not be allowed to pull permits until our next meeting.
pending his
So
payment.
Yep.
what you want to do is state until,
So I think what we're trying to do is to give him an opportunity to say, okay, you've got so much in restitution, you've got so much in fees you have to pay. You know, what,
That's what I brought up
yeah,
in your
what is your game plan before we even, otherwise the consideration is permanently not have the ability to do business in Escambia County as a general contractor. But in order for us to provide that leniency, what plan do you have, what game plan do you have to provide to us? Are you gonna be able to pay it? And if he says it's gonna be paid in a year's time, then up until that time, you can't pull a permit. So we're just trying to find out a solution rather than just saying, okay, you can't build it, and then him utilizing what he has available to him to say that, okay, because of that default, I'm not able to go out and provide services to all the clients that I have listed on my restitution.
And I would just ask for a reasonable time frame. I will make it happen. I will make it happen.
What do you
As I'm-
consider reasonable?
I would like to sit down with Mr. Tolbert or someone appropriate and create a game plan to work hand in hand with the county where I'm working
And we can
on
wait
a-
to March meeting if we have to. I mean, I don't think it's.
That's actually already been discussed with Ms.
so
Melissa.
let me just help you understand a little bit what's going on. Your options are suspend, revoke, or deny. What you're doing right now is bargaining. So
Well,
So what he's saying is that he can come up with the restitution amounts and the fines, and able to pull permits after a certain amount of time. That's what he's telling you. I understand correctly? You have the ability to come up with the restitution and the fines and able to pull permits.
That's what I'm looking at, creating a game plan for.
And
working
so
hand in
they're
hand with
wanting
the
to
county.
know, how long will it take you to do that?
I would have to sit down with the county to figure that out. I don't want to blow smoke. That's the last thing I want to do. I want to give an answer, but that's the last thing I want to do. I would like the opportunity. I love the idea of putting it off, so I have an opportunity to sit down to create a very realistic game plan.
Gentlemen, you can't talk off record. Sorry.
To create a very
The
realistic game
point
plan.
we've asked is, how much time do you think you need?
I don't want to blow smoke. That meeting negates my ability to answer. I'm not trying to beat around the bush. I don't want to, I know this is extremely important and it's pertinent. I fully understand the weight of this. I do, and I appreciate it.
If you'll give me just a minute, I will give you the totals of each.
Okay.
The restitution and the fines and fees.
Can I just make this short, Ms. Jennifer, while you're doing that? And Ms. Christie, can we just make it short and make a recommendation, motion? For the next 30 days, he not be able to pull permits, and that will give us the window past February 1, of which February 1, we could come back and adjust it? Does that give us the ability, at least for the next 30 days, you can't pull permits, and then at that point, we can
And I can
So
sit
what you're
down at
asking
that
for
meantime.
is to suspend his ability to pull permits until he makes all payments.
Yes.
So then you could just do that and revisit it when he shows proof that he has made all payments.
There you go.
But
There
I,
you
but I
go.
need ability to perform to
Is that a motion?
make.
That's a motion. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Everybody understand what the motion is? He cannot pull permits until he makes,
And let me go ahead and give you those numbers.
yeah,
Just do
until he
one
makes restitution.
And do you want to include county fines?
Yes, and fines.
Okay.
And that will do it. And we'll revisit this on our next meeting.
And y'all can come up with what that.
You would
total is.
revisit this when he's met those requirements?
Yes.
Y'all can come up with that. I don't think we need that number today.
We don't need the number today.
Right, when he, so you want to finish so the motion on the floor is suspension until all fines and restitution are paid?
Yes,
And a second. Correct.
yes. Everybody understand it?
Yes.
All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, like sign. Being none, the motion is approved.
So to make sure that we have the language right, because you'll get a copy of this, is that the motion was to suspend your ability to pull a permit until all fines and restitution have been paid. That's what the motion and order is going to reflect. You'll get a copy of that.
Understood. And that will be.
And in the
revisited.
meantime, what you can do is get with the county and find out all those numbers if you haven't kept an accounting of that. You should have received all the final orders, so you could pull the final orders and it would be in there. But they would also be happy to give you an accounting of the money that's owed, okay?
And a plan to pay it back.
They'll help you with
Yes,
that.
sir. With that said, just make sure I understand, when that is revisited, some of that, within that game plan, of course, that would be restored, because of course, I just want to add, I need the ability to perform.
That'll be up to the board.
Okay,
at
I just
that
want to make sure I
particular
understood
time.
what was going to be discussed.
It's not going to be revisited at the next board meeting or the board meeting after that. It'll only be revisited once you've repaid that money. Your ability to pull permits, according to the motion, would be revisited once you've paid off those debts.
And that's what I'm asking to consider. One negates the other. I can't create the business to rightfully, I can't just take a draw and do that for someone else.
You can appeal it to the county.
Yes, sir.
That will also be in the order, the information about the appeal process, okay?
We have one more to go.
If, that other meeting was supposed to,
Excuse me, and I know that Mr. Mitchell, right?
yes,
That you had stood up and wanted, when he appeals this, if he appeals this to the Board of County Commissioners, you would be allowed to speak at that, as to that appeal, okay? You can put your name down and ask to speak on the matter. You can be present for the appeal. Okay.
Understand the rationale of the board and the severity of all of the issues. But like he was trying to say, it was an opportunity with this state license for him to, if the restriction was you can only work on those things you already have in place, you can't see new stuff. That, because with it, it's like saying, I used to be a surgeon, I owe $1 million. Now I'm taking your license. Now the only thing you can do is flip hamburgers. You're never gonna pay that money back.
The function-
But that's not our fault. I mean, we're given what we're given. And we're saying you can talk to the county commissioners and they can make a decision. All right.
We will still be addressing your case at the next hearing, so you may want to address some of those items then. But I just wanted to make sure you knew that the Board of County Commissioners does have an opportunity for people to be heard. So should he file his appeal, then you could be present for that hearing and speak at the Board of County Commissioners. But we'll look forward to seeing you at the next meeting, okay? All right? Thank you.
okay, so there was a meeting that was supposed to begin at 1 in here. All of those citizens are kindly waiting for us to finish up. We have a couple options available to us. We can move into room directly across the hall, and that way they have this room so that they can have their meeting. We're actually, since we still have a court reporter, we will still have a record of it. It just will not be any longer televised. And that's okay. Previously, our meetings were not televised.
Okay.
Or we can pause this, Let them do their meeting and then reconvene afterward.
These poor folks been here way too long.
And they've been waiting a long time.
Let's go in the room.
Okay,